person, in fact, who was the mastermind of this very Antilia bomb scare case, and whether the NIA has got the evidences against him or not. That is something that is mentioned in the charge sheet, and what was his exact role, that is something that NIA would have to say or give some clarity regarding his role in this very matter.
Absolutely, Sandeep. We're keeping a very close watch on that story. In fact, we're getting in more responses on the biggest controversy with the mystery being back in focus now. There are responses that have come to fore from several political parties who are hitting out at the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh. Listen in.
क्या पूर्व कमिश्नर परमवीर सिंह जी ने जिस प्रकार की बातों को उजागर किया था, जिसके कारण पूर्व गृह मंत्री तकलीफ में आए थे, उन्हें जेल जाना पड़ा था, क्या उसी के कारण वे आरोप कर रहे? आरोप प्रत्यारोप करने का हर एक को अधिकार है, पर पुख्ता सबूत के साथ करें। और रहा सवाल हमारी सरकार का, हमारी सरकार किसी वाजह को साथ में नहीं रखती, हिसाब बराबर का करती है, चाहे छोटा हो बड़ा हो, नेता हो अभिनेता हो, कांस्टेबल हो कमिश्नर हो, सबके लिए हिसाब बराबर है। पर पुख्ता सबूत के आधार पर कोई बोले तो उसका हम स्वागत करें। केवल अपना खुद का पुराना हिसाब चुकता करना है और लोगों को गुमराह करना है, इसके लिए यदि कोई आरोप करता है तो वह वे स्वयं चिंतन करें। यदि विपक्ष के पास उनके खिलाफ कोई पुख्ता सबूत है तो जरूर दे। केवल कैमरा के सामने हवा की तरह आरोप प्रत्यारोप करे, उससे तो आरोप साबित नहीं होते। हमारी सरकार के लिए हम किसी को भी बख्शेंगे नहीं। जो भी आरोपी सामने आएगा उसके खिलाफ पुख्ता सबूत मिलेंगे तो उन्हें भी सजा हो।
देखिए, जिस प्रकार उस समय महाविकास आघाड़ी के नेताओं को बदनाम करने का एक षड्यंत्र भाजपा के कुछ नेताओं द्वारा किया गया है, ये किसी से छुपा नहीं है। उसी कड़ी में परमवीर सिंह पर अगर आरोप लगे हैं और परमवीर सिंह की जांच होनी चाहिए, अगर गृह मंत्री का पुत्र कह रहा है जो एक नेता भी है, तो ज़रूर इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। लेकिन अब वही है कि सैया भय कोतवाल अब डर काहे का, पूरी सरकार ही बीजेपी की है, बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत में है, तो ये सब जांच करेगा कौन? देखिए, हम किसी अपनी एजेंसी पर कोई सवाल नहीं उठाना चाहते, लेकिन जब सीबीआई, ईडी, इनकम टैक्स पर आरोप लगता है कि इनका दुरुपयोग किया जाता है, इनके अधिकारी गुलाम जैसा प्रवृत्ति दिखाते हैं, तो अब क्या एनआईए भी उसी कड़ी में अब आ गया है? आज पहलगाम के घटना को 2 महीने से ज़्यादा का वक्त बीत गया, एनआईए जांच करी वो 4 आतंकवादी कहाँ छुप गए हैं, उन्हें हम ढूंढ नहीं पा रहे हैं। परमवीर सिंह पर एनआईए कैसी इंक्वायरी कर रही है या नहीं कर रही है, उस पर आज तक कुछ क्लियर नहीं हुआ। तो हम सवाल भी न पूछें, परमवीर सिंह को कौन बचा रहा है, परमवीर सिंह का क्या रोल था, गृह मंत्री को क्यों फंसाया गया, किसके कहने पे फंसाया गया, षड्यंत्र करके उनको नीचा कौन दिखाना चाहता था, ये सब की तो जांच होनी चाहिए।
Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this is about the historic AX4 mission. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a monumental day in India's space exploration journey as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, an Indian Air Force officer, lifts off to the International Space Station aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft as a part of AX4 mission. This historic moment signifies India's return to human spaceflight after 41 long years, following Rakesh Sharma's pioneering mission in the year 1984. As the second Indian astronaut to venture into space, Shubhanshu Shukla's journey embodies the nation's growing prowess in space, technology and exploration. With a remarkable flying background, having logged over 2,000 hours in combat aircraft, Shukla's selection for this mission is a testament to India's exceptional talent pool. During his 2-week stay at the ISS, Shubhanshu Shukla will oversee 7 India-specific experiments, furthering solidifying India's commitment to advancing scientific knowledge and research. Now, this achievement is a source of immense pride for India, reflecting the nation's unwavering dedication to pushing boundaries in space exploration. In fact, just a few moments back, we spoke to Shubhanshu Shukla's mother and sister, both of who were emotional during the liftoff moment. Here's what they had to say.
नमस्ते मैडम।
नमस्ते नमस्ते
नमस्ते। आप बहुत वी सॉ द आपको बहुत टेंस लास्ट फ्यू मोमेंट्स था। आपको क्या लग रहा है अभी?
अच्छा लग रहा है, अब तो इस समय कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
आपने कब बात की थी ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला से लास्ट?
आज सुबह 7 बजे हुई थी बात।
हाँ जी,
सुबह 7 बजे बात हुई थी।
और उन्होंने आपको क्या बोला था आज सुबह?
यही बोला था कि मम्मी पापा आप लोग अपना ध्यान रखिए, अच्छे से रहिए, मैं मिशन कंप्लीट करके आता हूँ तो मुलाकात करता हूँ फिर आपसे।
जोश कैसा था आशा जी? आज सुबह जोश कैसा था शुभांशु जी का?
हाँ, बहुत एक्साइटेड थे, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड थे।
अच्छा, और कई ये आखिरी द लास्ट 2-3 वीक्स से ये जो डिले हो रहा था, तो उनको क्या लग रहा था इस ड्यूरेशन लास्ट 2-3 वीक्स में? आप बातचीत की उनके साथ?
हाँ, बातचीत रोज़ होती थी, ये तो सब चलता ही रहता है, इसमें कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स आ गई थी। अब वो जब उन्होंने सब ठीक ठाक कर लिया, उसके बाद तब ये नंबर आया।
Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking on this edition, a massive fire broke out at a factory, and this was near the Rethala metro station in the national capital. Now, according to the Delhi Fire Services, there were 16 fire tenders that were promptly deployed to the spot to control the blaze. The Delhi Fire Services reported that the situation is under control, but firefighting operations are still ongoing. Here's what happened.
An unfortunate incident took place in Rethala area at around 7:35 last evening, when a fire incident has been took place in this very building. You can see this is a very building. This is a factory of polythene factory where this incident took place, in which 3 people have lost their lives, and apart from that 3 others have been got deeply injured, and they are being treated at a nearby hospital in connection with the case. Earlier, while speaking to the Republic TV, senior officials have said that when the incident took place at that point in time in this very factory, there were approximately 20 to 25 workers who have been working in this polythene factory, and when the fire incident took place, the evacuation process began at that point in time, and still at that point in time there were 7 to 8 workers who felt trapped, in which what we have got to know that 3 people have died and 4 others have got deep burn injuries in connection with the case. So right now you can see the visuals of the spot where the Delhi Fire Service team has already began the cooling process, because if you see the dousing process of this fire has already been completed by the DFS team, and right now you can see on the 2nd floor of this very building the DFS staff, the DFS personnel can be easily seen in the visuals over here. So the entire floors G+3 has been completely charred due to the effect, and you can see in the visuals that the impact of this fire was so intense that you can just see the ashes and dark smokes on the very building of this G+3 floors in Rethala area. With video journalist Anup Akil for Republic TV.
And it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we'll tell you Trump's statement wherein he has completely dismissed the no damage claim by CNN and NYT on the Iranian nuclear program. Also coming up after the break is Trump's analogy on the United States strike, where he has compared the strikes on Iran to Hiroshima, saying strikes on Iranian nuclear program was the hit that ended the war.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact show
abort,
underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1,
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q.
At Republic Media Network, we celebrate the dreams of those who rise to grow, build and lead. Building Bharat, real estate, real impact. Republic Media Network's inaugural Real Estate Conclave on June 27th celebrates the future of India's urban transformation.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T+30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy,
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight abort,
underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1,
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from mission control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching 6 at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening we begin with our space hero Shubhanshu Shukla. He has scripted the history as the first ISRO astronaut on his way to the International Space Station. We will bring you the full story, the launch, the pride, and what lies ahead for him. Next, a big arrest has happened in Punjab. A prominent political leader has been taken into custody in a high-profile drug case. We have the ground report for you, and you must watch that. And also on this segment, a moment of silence in Parliament of India. The Union Cabinet observed 2 minutes of silence to mark 50 years since the emergency was imposed in the country. And then the spotlight shifts to the controversial cop Parambir Singh. New allegations have emerged as far as he is concerned, and the heat is back on him again. And in global headlines, Donald Trump sparks outrage, compares the Iran strikes to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and finally, he dismisses reports of the limited damage on Iran, calling it fake news. These are the 6 stories that we are tracking for you this evening. Let's get started. In fact, it has been a phenomenal day as Shubhanshu Shukla is on his way to the International Space Station. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. These were the first words of ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla as he soared up towards the International Space Station today. And with him, a billion dreams, in fact, took a flight. Let us show you the phenomenal visuals of that liftoff. 4 astronauts, 4 countries, and 1 historic journey to the space. And at the heart of the mission, India's very own ISRO astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla, marking a powerful moment for the country. Now, over the next few minutes, we will bring you the mission highlights, what it means for India, and what comes next as far as this space mission is concerned. Watch this.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
India's Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, along with 3 other astronauts from Hungary, Poland and United States, blasts off to International Space Station.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
Launched from Kennedy Space Center, Florida, Axiom 4 is headed to International Space Station for a 14-day mission.
Godspeed, AX4.
This is a historic moment for India as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is the second Indian to venture into space after Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma in 1984. Moments after the liftoff, India's Shubhanshu Shukla sent a message back home, a message soaked in pride and patriotism.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, वॉट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
with a remarkable flying background, having logged over 2,000 hours in combat aircraft. Group Captain Shukla's selection for this mission is a testament to India's exceptional talent pool. Back home, nation celebrates Group Captain Shukla's space odyssey. Tears of joy rolled down his parents' eyes as he blazed a trail through space. Friends, neighbors and well-wishers joined the family to cheer for Group Captain Shukla's historic mission.
बहुत एक्साइटेड थे, बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड थे।
अच्छा, और कई ये आखिरी द लास्ट 2-3 वीक्स से ये जो डिले हो रहा था, तो उनको क्या लग रहा था इस ड्यूरेशन लास्ट 2-3 वीक्स में? आप बातचीत की उनके साथ?
हाँ, बातचीत रोज होती थी, ये तो सब चलता ही रहता है, इसमें कोई टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स आ गई थी। अब वो जब उन्होंने सब ठीक ठाक कर लिया, उसके बाद तब ये नंबर आया।
Our family was very little disturbed at that time and we was very conscious and we were praying all the time कि whatever is going to be happen and it will be successful. It is a very special, most special moment for him, for us, for whole India, because he is only one person going to represent India at the ISS center. So it is the most proudest moment for our family, for our India also.
During his 2-week stay at the International Space Station, Group Captain Shukla will oversee 7 India-specific experiments.
Ignition and lift.
This moment is a source of immense pride for India, reflecting the nation's unwavering dedication to pushing boundaries in space exploration.
There are 4 nations and 4 different crew members which are currently heading towards the International Space Station. 1 each from the United States, Poland, Hungary and India. Our space heroes, Shubhanshu Shukla. Let's tell you more about them. Let's first of all go to Peggy Whitson. She's the mission commander, the first woman to command the ISS twice. She's been there a lot of times as well. In fact, she's the first female commander of a private space mission as well. That's Peggy Whitson there on the screen. She's the first International Space Station science officer also. She has done her PhD in biochemistry. She has performed hundreds of research experiments at International Space Station, and this holds a lot of importance as well. 675 days in space, most by any American astronaut, and she has done 10 space walks as well. This is as far as Peggy Whitson is concerned. She retired from NASA in 2018 and now she is the Axiom space director. Very crucial, she will be the commander of this flight. Now the next, and this is India's pride, this is Shubhanshu Shukla, mission pilot. He is the group captain, Indian Air Force, 2,000 plus flight hours he has flown overall. Test pilot selected by ISRO in 2019 for Gaganyaan as well, and so this entire experience will also feed into the Gaganyaan mission is what we are learning. He is the second Indian in orbit after Rakesh Sharma, but the first Indian to go to the International Space Center. After this, he is the combat leader and a seasoned test pilot, as we told you. Moving on, let's talk about this mission specialist, Silvos, and he has done his PhD in radiation tolerant space electronics. He's one of the 2 mission specialists. He's engineer in charge at CERN's Large Hadron Collider, very important project that he is handling. He is also the second in space from Poland and the first ever to go to International Space Station, just like our country, India. He's a mechanical. Let's talk about this person from Hungary. He's Tibor Kapu. He's a mission specialist. He is the mechanical engineer from Hungary, and that is why it's very important to have engineers also on board. 3rd Hungarian in space, 2nd on the International Space Station, actively engaged in the scientific experimentations, because a lot of experiments as far as science is concerned will be taking on this complete mission. And this is not just a space flight. In fact, this is a mission, it's basically a flying space lab is what we are learning. Let's tell you more about how this is a very crucial space mission. Let's tell you about how this is turned into a science lab. 60 plus experiments on board, the highest for a private space flight. Let's tell you more about how this science experiment will be very important. 31 countries collaborating, including the United States, India, UAE, Europe as well, and many other countries. Diabetes care in space, insulin research in microgravity. So that's one of the areas where these astronauts will be focusing, how space affects the brain and cognitive activity as far as astronauts are concerned, tracking human adaptation to the space, their body as well as their mind. Moving on, as far as their science experiments are concerned, physical and cognitive impact of computer screens in microgravity, that will be assessed by the 4 astronauts there. Impact of short missions on joint as well as the blood flow will also be seen, and that is why the commander of the flight, she has had PhD in biochemistry. This will come in very handy. Studying cancer growth in microgravity, that's also one of the areas they'll be focusing on, how space flights affect the blood stem cell as well. Examining space flight impact on 6 crop seed varieties, and this will be the main focus of India. Methi as well as moong dal is being carried to the mission. Studying mental and behavioral health and on International Space Station, this will also be studied as far as the science experiment. 60 plus science experiments will be conducted on this mission. In fact, let me go across to G. Raju, who's been a former senior scientist at ISRO. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I'm sure you were also smiling when you saw the lift off just like us. How crucial is this entire mission? Because what we are learning is that the learnings from this will also feed into the Gaganyaan mission, and that is why India is proud that Shubhanshu Shukla is there on this mission. How do you feel about this mission, and how crucial is this?
This mission has been, good evening, this mission has been exciting to all of us, not only space people in general, citizens of India, citizens of the world, because this is one of the unique experiments being conducted from the ISS, and there are lots of experiments being planned, 60 plus experiments overall from 31 countries. And of course, there were some hiccups in the sense that some doubts, some performance-related issues were there. But after so many, maybe up to 6 postponements, finally all is well, and which ends well. So we are all very much relieved, proud of what has been achieved by this mission, and we are looking forward to the results of those 60 experiments, which are related to healthcare, also with respect to material science, food science. How one can grow, one can have a good habitat in the space, like on the moon or any other planet. So this is very crucial for all the people, for all the countries, all spacefaring nations. So it's very interesting. The beginning has started. The beginning has already been taken off, and next 14 days, we will look forward for the Dragon spacecraft to get connected to the ISS space station, which is 400 kilometers away. And certainly there are challenges in mating them. Of course, this is not the first time. It has been regularly being done with Dragon as a shuttle service between Earth and the space station quite often. So we are looking forward to a flawless 14 days and abundant rich data. Thank you.
Absolutely. So the next 14 days are going to be very important. Several science experiments will be conducted. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now shifting our focus to the state of Punjab, senior Shiromani Akali Dal leader Bikram Singh Majithia has been arrested by the Punjab vigilance officials during a major anti-drug crackdown. The arrest followed coordinated raids at 25 locations across the state of Punjab, including the residence of Majithia in Chandigarh as well as in Amritsar. Now authorities are saying that the raids were based on the credible intelligence and targeted key suspects linked to the drug trade trade. Now, he's the brother-in-law of Shiromani Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Singh Badal. His family and lawyer are now saying that 30 to 35 people barged into their house and nabbed him without any arrest warrant whatsoever. Listen in.
बड़े बड़े तस्करों को पकड़ा जा रहा है, बड़े बड़े तस्करों के बुलडोजर चलाए जा रहे हैं, और चाहे कितना भी बड़ा नेता क्यों ना हो, मैसेज ये है कि उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। बड़े से बड़े जो भी, चाहे आप कितने भी बड़े पॉलिटिकल नेता हो, अगर आप नशे के तस्करी में शामिल हो तो आपको किसी हालत में बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। वो लोग जिन्होंने पंजाब को नशे में धकेल दिया था, सबसे पहले पंजाब में नशा लेके आए थे, उनकी जब वो लोग मंत्री थे दूसरी पार्टियों के, वो लोग मंत्री थे, अपनी गाड़ियों के अंदर नशा सरकारी गाड़ियों के अंदर लेके और पूरे पंजाब में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया करते थे घर घर में। जब वो सरकारी मंत्री थे, अपने घर में इंटरनेशनल स्मगलरों को रखते थे।
क्या डिटेल्स हैं ये तो पंजाब सरकार या पुलिस के अधिकारी, विजिलेंस के अधिकारी ही दे पाएंगे, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है कि आम आदमी पार्टी नशे को लेके या किसी भी तरह के करप्शन को लेके हमेशा ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति पे चलती है। कट्टर ईमानदार लोगों की पार्टी है। अपनी पार्टी में कोई बेईमानी करेगा, अपनी पार्टी में कोई गलत करेगा, या दूसरों की पार्टी में करेगा, या कोई और करेगा, कितनी बड़े से बड़ा हो, उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाता है। तो आम आदमी पार्टी का, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का, भगवंत मान जी का, सबका मिशन एक है कि कोई बड़े से बड़ा, कितना ही भी बड़ा हो, अगर कोई नशा फैला रहा है, अगर कोई कुछ गलत काम कर रहा है तो उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
मेरे 80 साल ਦੇ ਮਦਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਮਾਰ ਨੇ, ਕੋਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ, ਬਸ ਅੰਦਰ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵੜ ਗਏ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਰੋਲਾ ਫਰਾਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਬਿਲੋਂਗਿੰਗਸ ਨਾਲ, ਨਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਫਸਰ ਆਏ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਫੋਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ।
Now, moving on, today marks the 50th anniversary of emergency. It was declared on June 25th, 1975 and lasted for 21 months. Now, observing the day as Samvidhan Hatya Divas, or the day when the Constitution was murdered, the Union Cabinet chaired by the Prime Minister today condemned the imposition of emergency 5 decades ago by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Now, today, to mark the occasion, a 2-minute silence was observed in the Cabinet meeting as a tribute. Listen in to, first of all, Union Minister Vaishnav and then Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
The year 2025 marks 50 years of the Samvidhan Hatya Divas, an unforgettable chapter in the history of India where the constitution was subverted, the republic and democratic spirit of India was attacked, federalism was undermined, and fundamental rights, human liberty and dignity were suspended.
आज देखिए, विधाता भी जब न्याय करता है तो किस तरह से करता है। जिस 25 साल के युवा ने उस वक्त कांग्रेस पार्टी की प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी के तानाशाही विचारों का विरोध किया, घर घर जाकर, गांव गांव जाकर, शहर में घूमकर विरोध किया, आज वही व्यक्ति जिस काम के लिए इमरजेंसी डाली गई थी, परिवारवाद को प्रस्तापित करने के लिए, वो परिवारवाद को आज वही व्यक्ति ने 2014 में पूरे देश से उखाड़ कर फेंक दिया।
Now, shifting our focus to the state of Maharashtra, a big statement has come in from Salil Deshmukh, son of former Home Minister Salil Deshmukh. He has claimed that former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh was the mastermind behind planting of explosives in Antilia, the vehicle outside Antilia, in fact, the residence of Mukesh Ambani. The case has taken many twists and turns ever since a SUV containing gelatin sticks was found parked in the vicinity of that house in February 2021. So it's been 4 years. It is also claimed that National Investigation Agency was aware and was on the verge of arresting Singh for his alleged involvement, but the notorious cop evaded action. Listen in to what Salil Deshmukh had to say.
परमबीर सिंग गेला पदावरनं दुसऱ्या पदावर नेला जेव्हा अँटिलियामध्ये बॉम्ब अँटिलियाच्या बिल्डिंग खाली बॉम्ब ठेवण्यात आला आणि असं लक्षात आलं की हे बॉम्ब ठेवणारा मनुष्य स्वतःच आयुक्त आहे। त्याच्यानंतर सरकारने त्यांची दुसऱ्या दुसऱ्या विभागामध्ये त्यांची बदली केली, म्हणजे गृह विभागामध्येच दुसरीकडे त्या ठिकाणी बदली केली. त्याच्या 2 दिवसानंतर यांना साक्षात्कार झाला परमबीर सिंगला, की यांनी मला 100 कोटी मागितले, की यांनी 100 कोटी गोळा करायला सांगितले. तुम्ही जेव्हा ऐकत होते तेव्हा चूप बसले होते का? तेव्हा जेव्हा तुम्ही खुर्चीवर बसले होते तुम्ही काय चूप बसले? बरं, हे जाऊन जयश्री पाटीलनी याची FIR टाकली मलबार हिल पोलीस स्टेशनला, की याची सीबीआय चौकशी झाली पाहिजे. यांनी ओपन लेटर लिहिलं होतं आणि खुल्या पत्राच्या नंतर चांदीवाल आयोगामध्ये यांनी म्हणले या संदर्भातले माझ्याकडे पुरावे नाही. इतक्या तुम्ही धाडी टाकल्या, इतकी तुम्ही रेट टाकले, माझ्या लहान मुलीची सुद्धा चौकशी करायला हे लोक घाबरले नाही. माझ्या परिवारवाले, माझी आई, माझी बहीण, माझी बायको, माझ्या भावाची मिसेस, या सगळ्यांवर गुन्हे दाखल करण्यापर्यंत, यांना कोर्टात खेचेपर्यंत, यांना पूर्ण जीर्ण करापर्यंत या ठिकाणी हा एक ऑपरेशन लोटस, त्यावेळेस ऑपरेशन लोटसचा हा एक भाग होता. आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांना कल्पना आहे की कशा कशा पद्धतीने ईडीनी कारवाया केल्या. आता वास्तविक मी बोलायला नको, मी स्वतः सुद्धा बेलवर आहे. ईडीचं ऑफिस पण बाजूलाच आहे, मी स्वतः बेलवर आहे. पण हे एक ऑपरेशन लोटसचा भाग होता आणि त्याच्या माध्यमातून हे केलं गेलं. आणि एवढंच नाही, आमच्या वर्षात पण बरेच लोकांवर केलं गेलं. इतकं झाल्याच्या नंतर तुम्हाला भेटलं काय? इतकं झाल्याच्या नंतर तुम्ही काय करून घेतलं? हे पूर्ण लोकांच्या पुढे आहे की नुसतं ऐकीव माहितीवर इतकी होतं परमबीर सिंगला, तर त्यांनी खुर्चीवर बसताना तेव्हा राजीनामा द्यायला पाहिजे होता. त्याला बाजूला काढला, त्याला साक्षात्कार झाला. वास्तविक परमबीर सिंग हाच फिक्सर आहे. परमबीर सिंग यांनी हा बॉम्ब ठेवला आणि NIAच्या माध्यमातून हा अटॅक होणारच होता. हा स्वतःचा बचाव करण्यासाठी याने भाजपच्या वरिष्ठांची मदत घेतली आणि मदत घेऊन स्वतः वाचून अशा पद्धतीचा आरोप करून पळून गेला.
Let me go across to my colleague Sandeep, who's been tracking this story very closely. Sandeep, you've been trying for the statement of Parambir Singh. He's under the scanner. Has he said anything so far?
See, so far no words or no statement has been in fact made by Parambir Singh. But this is not the first time that Salil Deshmukh or his son or the Deshmukh family has made allegations against Parambir Singh. But the biggest question out here is that the question is very important, and what even Salil Deshmukh is raising out there, if at all, if there is any kind of dubious role of the tainted cop and the former police commissioner of Mumbai, that is Parambir Singh, in this very Antilia bomb scare case, then why are the central agencies or the agencies who had probed the Antilia bomb scare case had not arrested Parambir Singh? Although the allegations are very serious, and definitely there were evidences against Sachin Vaze, and in fact he was arrested by the National Investigation Agency, and later on it was Parambir Singh who was also quizzed by NIA, but ultimately he was not arrested. Now Salil Deshmukh has made fresh allegations against him and has termed him the mastermind of the Antilia bomb scare case. So it will be very crucial to see what kind of actions will be in fact taken by NIA. Now the politics has also started in this very matter. So it will be crucial to see whether the NIA has the relevant evidences against Parambir Singh or whether he was the mastermind, and if at all he is the mastermind, then why there was no arrest. So this is something that the NIA or the central agencies investigating the Antilia bomb scare case should respond to.
Absolutely, it remains to be seen what action will be taken against him, but on expected lines, he is evading the questions as far as this big allegation against him is concerned. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for tracking those details for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now with this, this is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की सुबह में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T+30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already preparing for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
And you can't help but feel sorry for Donald Trump. Nobody listens to Donald Trump. Ayatollah Khomeini does not listen to Donald Trump. He doesn't give a damn. Netanyahu also doesn't listen to Donald Trump. Shortly after Donald Trump asserted that the ceasefire is in effect, Netanyahu attacked Tehran. Zelensky doesn't listen to Donald Trump. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, doesn't listen to Donald Trump. When Trump tried to claim credit for the India-Pakistan ceasefire, the Prime Minister told him over a phone call that nothing like that ever happened. Xi Jinping of China doesn't listen to Donald Trump at all. Trump called Putin a spoke to him for 2 hours, then told Putin ceasefire talks will start immediately. In response, within a week, Russian forces launched a barrage of drones and missiles at Ukrainian cities. But there's one man who always listens to Trump, and that is Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. Trump said, I love Pakistan. With Trump, you can be sure of one thing, America is going to go down. Nobody will take America seriously.
Welcome back, friends. At Republic Media Network, we celebrate the dreams of those who rise to grow, build and lead. Building Bharat, Real Estate, Real Impact. Republic Media Network's inaugural Real Estate Conclave on June 27th celebrates the future of India's urban transformation.
के लिए इमरजेंसी डाली बात को आज वही व्यक्ति ने 2014 में पूरे देश से उखाड़ कर फेंक.
Home Minister Amit Shah releases the Emergency Diaries, a book that chronicles Prime Minister Modi's role in the fight for democracy. Home Minister also slammed Congress for murdering democracy in 1975.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki, but that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war.
Trump compared strikes on Iran to Hiroshima, says strikes on the nuclear program of Iran was the hit that ended the war. Iran confirms that its nuclear sites were badly damaged in the US strikes, but perhaps not obliterated. This is the first time Tehran has, of course, officially acknowledged the extent of damage. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sets off on key Axiom 4 mission, says this mission is the beginning of India's human space program. 4 years after the Antilia bomb scare, big allegation against Parambir Singh. Salil Deshmukh says he was the mastermind of the plot. And Class 10 CBSE board exams to be conducted twice a year from 2026. All right, we begin with a breaking news development coming in from Kashmir. In North Kashmir's Handwara, police has carried out searches at the residence of a suspected Jamaat-e-Islami member as part of an ongoing crackdown on the banned outfit. The search at Muhammad Amin Shah's house in Bagpatra, New Colony, is linked to a 2019 UAPA case. Police say the operation aims to gather evidence of continued unlawful activities and reaffirm their commitment to dismantling networks of proscribed groups. And in this case, Jamaat-e-Islami member, he was already under the radar. I am told Zeenat is going to join us from Srinagar. And if I can go to her, these are pictures coming in from Kashmir of the ongoing raid. Zeenat, in fact, is live with us. Zeenat, what's the connection between this member and this man and Jamaat-e-Islami? And was he also under the radar of agencies for some terror-related activities committed earlier?
See, Abhishek, as we know that Jamaat-e-Islami is the organization which is a bad organization and was banned by Ministry of Home Affairs. As far as the member of Jamaat-e-Islami is concerned, this has been identified as Muhammad Amin Shah, who is a resident of Handwara, North Kashmir. Today, after obtaining a proper permission from the Honorable Court, the Handwara police carried out searches at his residence in New Colony, where the electronic devices and some documents and other things have been recovered by the the police who carried this raid. As far as the Jamaat-e-Islami is concerned, we all know that they have been involved in the multiple terror-related activities, instigating terror, instigating youngsters against the security forces, dismantling of the bunkers, targeting security forces, because that has already been proved by the MHA through various press releases and through the various evidences. Now that the Jamaat-e-Islami is once again trying to spread its wings through its members who are in their who are again coming back into the action, and this is a case which is pertaining to 2019, and now again the cases, again the search were carried at his residence in Handwara.
All right, connections with Jamaat-e-Islami, a proscribed organization emerging there, and that's why the rage. Thank you so much, Zeerat, for joining us. Moving on, and to the big geopolitical event taking place at The Hague in Netherlands. NATO leaders have agreed to boost defense spending, setting a target of 5% of the GDP by 2035. And that's a big one. Despite concerns from some members, they have reaffirmed, all 32 members, that their ironclad commitment to defend and ally under attack under Article 5 remains. And 5% of GDP from about 2% now. Many of them is struggling for 2% also. Kritarth joins us live from the newsroom on this. Kritarth, how do you think this commitment has come? Is it because of pressure from Donald Trump and the American administration that these nations are perhaps not fully understanding what 5% of the GDP means?
Indeed, Abhishek, and it is a massive escalation, as you rightly pointed out. It was 2% discussed in 2014. And even in the first term of Donald Trump, in 2018 in particular, when he had that confrontation with the then chief of NATO, Stoltenberg, it was a very burning issue vis-a-vis US and NATO and US's presence in NATO, that NATO is not spending enough. And now they have gone up with almost, 150% increase from 2%. Now they have come up to all the way 5%. This target has to be met by 2035. The specifics of this is that 3.5% will be spent on core military infrastructure, along with 1.5 on border security and investments. This is particularly in context to the Ukraine war, and Trump's pressure has actually worked on the NATO summit. 32 nations ratifying it together, a historic declaration which many did not anticipate would come out of the Hague.
I think, Kritarth, more likely this is done to just get the monkey off their back. The math would come later. Thanks for joining us. Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump's arrival at the NATO summit in The Hague has intensified concerns over the alliance's unity. For what happened in 2018, Trump has compared the US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities to the Second World War bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Listen into that very unfortunate analogy.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with a war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Another breaking news coming in on the geopolitical front. The United Nations nuclear watchdog, the IAEA chief, has said that Iran could rebuild its nuclear sites damaged in recent US strikes. That's a big one. The UN nuclear watchdog chief has said that those damaged sites can be rebuilt, and Iran can have some of that, some of the infrastructure could have survived, and reconstruction is possible. The IAEA chief has also called for inspectors to return to Iran, even as Tehran has threatened to cut off ties with the agency. Remember, there was a bill passed in the Iranian parliament which said that they are going to sever ties with IAEA, accusing it of pushing the Western agenda. Let's listen to what the IAEA chief has said first.
And I had received a letter from the Iranian foreign minister saying that they had taken protective measures already. They did not get into details into what that meant, but clearly that was the implicit meaning of that. So we can imagine that this material is there. So for that to confirm, for the whole situation to evaluate, we need to return. You know, this hourglass approach is something I never liked. You remember the 45 minutes, the 1 hour, the 3 hours, the 3 months. It's not my cup of tea, so to say. And it's in the eye of the beholder, because when you look at the Wiederaufbau, the reconstruction of the infrastructure is not impossible. First, there has been some that survived the attacks, and then this is work that Iran knows how to do. It would take some time.
The Axiom mission for AX-4 took off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. This marks Axiom's fourth privately funded astronaut flight to the International Space Station, utilizing SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft for the journey. And of course, important for India because Wing Commander Shubhanshu Shukla is piloting it on board. Here's the liftoff moment.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX-4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission Control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our Commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage 1
preparing for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
At Republic Media Network, we celebrate the dreams of those who rise to grow, build and lead. Building Bharat, real estate, real impact. Republic Media Network's inaugural real estate conclave on June 27th celebrates the future of India's urban transformation. And coming up on the other side of a short break, 4 years after Antilia bomb scare, big allegation against Parambir Singh. Salil Deshmukh says he was the mastermind of the plot. Class 10 CBSE board exams to be continued twice a year from 2026 in February and May every year.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना देखिए चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO. Then
At Republic Media Network, we celebrate the dreams of those who rise to grow, build and lead. Building Bharat, real estate, real impact. Republic Media Network's inaugural real estate conclave on June 27 celebrates the future of India's urban transformation. Let's look at some of the stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. The Kanpur Municipal Corporation conducted a demolition drive to remove the illegal encroachments in the Alam market. The police and municipal teams were present at the site and overlooked the process of demolition. A fire broke out in a factory located near Delhi's Retala metro station. 3 casualties and 3 injuries have been reported. A total of 17 fire tenders were pressed into service. Divisional Fire Officer A.K. Jaiswal shared that the firefighters were having a hard time entering the 2nd and 3rd floors of the factory. 3 police personnel have sustained minor injuries due to a suspected grenade explosion in Assam's Golaghat district. Assam Minister Atul Bora visited the hospital to meet the injured. They are currently undergoing treatment at the hospital. An earthquake of magnitude 4.2 is struck the Andaman Sea today morning. According to National Center for Seismology, the quake hit at a depth of 20 kilometers. There are no reports of damage or casualties so far. Security forces have conducted a mock drill near the transit camp in Srinagar's Pantha Chowk ahead of the upcoming Amarnath Yatra. Jammu and Kashmir Police was present at the site. Amarnath Yatra is set to commence on July 3. Ahead of the event, security forces along with Jammu and Kashmir Police, NDRF and SDRF were seen conducting a mock drill in Pahalgam and Srinagar. Here are the details.
Amarnath Yatra will commence on July 3 of this year. Ahead of the event, security forces along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police, NDRF and SDRF were seen conducting mock drills. One took place near the transit campus, Pantha Chowk in Srinagar. Another mock drill happened at Nunwan Base Camp in Pahalgam. These drills are to ensure the safety of all devotees and ensure the smooth functioning of the event.
And you can't help but feel sorry for Donald Trump. Nobody listens to Donald Trump. Ayatollah Khomeini does not listen to Donald Trump. He doesn't give a damn. Netanyahu also doesn't listen to Donald Trump. Shortly after Donald Trump asserted that the ceasefire is in effect, Netanyahu attacked Tehran. Zelensky doesn't listen to Donald Trump. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, doesn't listen to Donald Trump. When Trump tried to claim credit for the India-Pakistan ceasefire, the Prime Minister told him over a phone call that nothing like that ever happened. Xi Jinping of China doesn't listen to Donald Trump at all. Trump called Putin and spoke to him for 2 hours. Then told Putin ceasefire talks will start immediately. In response, within a week, Russian forces launched a barrage of drones and missiles at Ukrainian cities. But there's one man who always listens to Trump, and that is Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. Trump said, I love Pakistan. With Trump, you can be sure of one thing, America is going to go down. Nobody will take America seriously.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear callouts from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission Control confirming
Stage 1 Bravo.
that throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our Commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage 1
preparing
Delta.
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO
Biggest Antilia bomb controversy back in news. Salil Deshmukh makes allegations against Parambir Singh. Parambir in fresh controversy, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. I'm Niranjan. It's 7 p.m. and we have 3 exclusive stories for you. And the man who got away, who thought he got away, the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh has been in the news for many, many years. Not just for his crimes, but for targeting Republic TV. We have more details because there are more revelations in the Antilia bombing case. But we start This Is Exclusive with this proud moment behind me. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. This morning we were live capturing the moment from our studios on Republic TV, and we are broadcasting this evening. We have his family joining us on the show this evening. Here are the headlines on This Is Exclusive.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sets off on the key Axiom 4 mission, says it is the beginning of India's human space program, says Jai Hind, Jai Bharat from space. 4 years after the Antilia bomb scare, allegation against the disgraced and former Mumbai Commissioner Parambir Singh, the son of a former minister, says Parambir was the real mastermind.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki, but that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war.
Well, no one's really buying Trump in this minute. He compares the strikes on Iran to Hiroshima, Nagasaki, says strikes on the Iranian nuclear program was the hit that ended the war. Iran finally confirms that its nuclear sites were damaged in American strikes. First time that Tehran has officially acknowledged the extent of damage caused by the attack. "41 years ago, Rakesh Sharma's name echoed across a proud nation as India saw its first citizen in space. And today, that legacy has a powerful new chapter, 41 years later. A moment that transcends science and touches the soul of 1 billion Indians. And from the heart of Lucknow to the stars, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla has taken flight, becoming only the second Indian to orbit the Earth. He was on board the Axiom 4 mission this morning. He now carries the hopes, dreams, aspirations of an entire country. And in his own words, he carries the Tiranga on his shoulder.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
After a 41-year-long wait, India has touched the stars again.
As we pass through them, we also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff. With that confirmation from mission control, the views on our screen here too, as that boost back, as affecting that SECO here, second engine cutoff.
From the streets of Lucknow and now aboard the Falcon 9, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is scripting history.
I'm Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
A decorated Indian Air Force pilot, he carries with him the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians.
उत्सव नहीं देखा होगा, ये सारे प्रिंसिपल मैम्स आप देखिए किस तरह से खुश हैं, किस तरह से नृत्य कर रही हैं। शुभांशु के सफलता के लिए देखिए किस तरह का माहौल बना है। वाकई में ये अद्भुत है। इसके पहले कभी नहीं देखा गया कि इस तरह से सीमस की जो टीचर्स हैं, प्रिंसिपल हैं, वो इस तरह का माहौल बनाए।
बहुत 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 खुशी है, गर्व है और बस अब उस पल का इंतजार रहेगा जब वो वापस हमारे बीच आएंगे। अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस है।
क्या कहेंगे?
अमेजिंग, वेरी एक्साइटेड।
क्या
गूज बम्स है, फाइनली द डे।
भावुक क्षण है।
बिल्कुल मोमेंटस मोमेंट फॉर ऑल इंडियंस।
आज सीमस स्कूल के साथ पूरे देश का गौरव बढ़ाया।
बिल्कुल पूरे हिंदुस्तान, पूरे वर्ल्ड में लाइक इंडिया इज नोन फॉर नाउ आफ्टर राकेश शर्मा, फाइनली शुभांशु इज गॉन।
बहुत अच्छा,
सबके लिए बहुत गर्व और सम्मान की बात है।
The Axiom 4 mission faced multiple postponements. But today, under near-perfect conditions, the Falcon 9 roared to life.
Right now, I am very relaxed now. Mission has been completely successful. It has completed the 2 stages, and so we are relieved now.
Aboard the International Space Station, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will conduct several experiments in microgravity, paving the way for ISRO's Gaganyaan program. With a remarkable flying background, having logged over 2,000 hours in combat aircraft, Group Captain Shukla's selection for this mission is a testament to India's exceptional talent pool.
आज सुबह 7 बजे हुई थी बात।
हाँ जी,
सुबह 7 बजे बात हुई थी।
और उन्होंने आपको क्या बोला था आज सुबह?
यही बोला था कि मम्मी पापा आप लोग अपना ध्यान रखिए, अच्छे से रहिए। मैं मिशन कंप्लीट करके आता हूँ तो मुलाकात करता हूँ फिर आपसे।
This mission is more than just a launch. It's a leap.
This opportunity to ignite curiosity among kids. Even if this story, my story, is able to change one life, it would be a huge success for me. I'm Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
A leap for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. A leap for ISRO. And a leap for every Indian dreaming of the cosmos.
A fantastic moment this morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we saw the historic liftoff. Second Indian in space. The wait has taken 41 years. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's father, Shambhu Dayal Shukla, joining us on This Is Exclusive this evening. Shambhu Dayal ji, namaste. Republic से बातचीत करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. We saw your video. हमने देखा कि आप उस मोमेंट को आप देख रहे थे. All of you were very, very emotional. As a father whose son is only the second Indian in space, how do you feel today, Mr. Shambhu Dayal ji?
अब फील होता है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है. जब बच्चा जा रहा था तो थोड़ा सा ये है कि अपना बच्चा है और ऐसे मिशन पर जा रहा है जहाँ पर हम या कोई भी कोई सहायता नहीं कर सकता है, तो थोड़ा सा नर्वस लगा उस समय. मगर यह है कि बड़ी खुशी थी कि वो अपना मिशन पर उनका सक्सेसफुल मिशन लॉन्च हुआ. और उसके लिए हम जो है हम क्या हमारे परिवार और सभी देश प्रदेश के जितने भी हमारे शुभचिंतक हैं सबको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं. और वो उन्होंने जो है उनकी आशीर्वाद से ही हमारे बच्चे का मिशन आज सफलतापूर्वक लॉन्च हुआ. इसके लिए हम बहुत खुश हैं.
शंभू जी, आपका बातचीत कब हुआ शुभांशु, ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला के साथ? We spoke to your wife and Shubhanshu Shukla's sister as well. उन्होंने बोला कि आज सुबह कॉल आई थी. I think early morning एक कॉल हुआ था आपके साथ जाने से पहले.
जी 4 बजे के करीब जो है वही 4 बजे के करीब कॉल आई थी और हमारी बात हुई थी, हम लोगों की बात हुई थी और बता रहे थे कि मैं तैयार होकर बस निकलने वाला हूं. और उसके बाद वो 5 मिनट बाद निकल गए थे. फिर रास्ते में एक बार कोशिश की थी मगर वो गाड़ी में बात नहीं हो पाई हम लोगों की. वो आखिरी कॉल 4 बजे की सुबह की थी.
हाँ जी. नो, आप थोड़ा हमें बताइए, बिकॉज वन ऑफ द जो हिंदी में जो मैसेज दी थी उन्होंने, हम सब देख रहे थे, लाइव देख रहे थे, लाइव टीवी पर. बहुत गर्व है हमें कि वो हिंदी में उनका मैसेज आया था स्पेस से. जब वो फाइनल डिटैचमेंट हुआ था, जब स्पेस एंटर किया था, तो वो जो मैसेज है वो सुन को आपको क्या लगा, सुन के क्या लगा आपको?
जी बहुत खुशी हुई. उसने जो है जय हिंद जय भारत करके जो है मैसेज दिया था, उसने बहुत अच्छा लगा. और बेटा मेरा हिंदुस्तानी है ना, तो हिंदुस्तान के ही हिसाब से जो है उसका दिल भी है, उसी हिसाब से वो अपना विचार व्यक्त किया उसने जो भी है उसके दिल में. और हम लोग भी पूरा जो है उसी के उसमें रमे हुए हैं, उसी तरह बात करते हैं, उसी तरह मतलब जीवन शैली है हम लोगों की और वही रहते हैं हम लोग.
आपने एक चीज बोला कि वो हिंदुस्तानी सिर्फ हिंदुस्तानी नहीं है, वो एक योद्धा है, वो एक वॉरियर है. ही इज एन इंडियन एयरफोर्स पायलट, ही इज अ चैंपियन, ही इज गोइंग टू बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द गगनयान मिशन.
जी
राइट. जब इनका जो करियर शुरू हुआ था, थोड़ा बताइए हमें शुभांशु शुक्ला जो है उनके बारे में, अबाउट हिज चाइल्डहुड एंड व्हाई हाउ ही वांटेड टू सर्व द कंट्री.
अब वो शुरू में ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. वो इंटर के पहले ही उसका एनडीए में सिलेक्शन हो गया और उसका जाने का मन बन गया. तो मैंने भी जो है उसको रोका नहीं उस बात के लिए. और जब भी वो जिसमें मतलब ये है कि जो भी प्रयास करता है उसमें सक्सेस होता है. और हमेशा हर प्रयास में सक्सेस हुआ, पहली बार सक्सेस हुआ. और उसका प्रयास हमेशा एक अच्छे मिशन के लिए ही होता है. और ये भी उसका मिशन जो था वो सक्सेसफुल रहा, बहुत अच्छी तरह वो गया है. और मिशन सक्सेस होकर वो लौट कर आएगा तो हम लोग से मिलेंगे. बढ़िया है.
ये जो 2-3 हफ्ते का डिले हुआ था शंभू जी, डिले 2-3 बार हुआ था, डिले टेक्निकल ग्लिच के वजह, तो इस गैप में क्या आपने उनसे बातचीत की थी? क्या लग रहा था उनको इस डिले के बारे में?
डिले के बारे में उसी ने बताया था कि टेक्निकल कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है. थोड़ा सा जो इसको प्रेशराइज करके देखा जाता है तो उसमें टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम जब कभी निकल आती हैं तो उसको वो सुधारते हैं. और ये प्रक्रिया हर मिशन में होती है, कुछ ऐसा नहीं कि इसी मिशन में हो रही है. इसके लिए उसने बताया कि हर मिशन में 2, 3, 4, 5 बार ये दिक्कतें आती हैं तो उसको वो सही करते हैं और पूरी तरह वो कॉन्फिडेंट जब हो जाते हैं तभी उस मिशन को वो जो है वो ओके करते हैं, तभी मिशन ये लॉन्च होता है।
जी नहीं, अब आपके जो पत्नी है वो बता रहे थे, मैडम बता रहे थे शुक्ला जी कि वो बोल रहे थे कि 15 दिन के बाद मिलूंगा आपसे। तो आपसे क्या बातचीत हुई थी लास्ट में? व्हाट वाज हिज मूड लाइक? जोश कैसा था आज सुबह?
सुबह जोश बहुत अच्छा था, बहुत अच्छा, खुश थे सब, बिल्कुल बड़े आनंददायक थे, सब खुश थे। तो उसमें जो है यही बता रहे थे कि मतलब जो है मैं जा रहा हूँ मिशन पर, लौट कर जो है जल्दी आता हूँ, आपसे मिलता हूँ आके, अब निश्चिंत रहो तुम जो है बिल्कुल। हाँ, जैसे वो खुश रहते हैं बिल्कुल, हमेशा ऐसे ही खुश रहता है, वो भी खुश रहता, हम भी खुश रहे।
और मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये है कि बहुत सारा बातचीत हो रहा है कि वो उनके साथ गाजर का हलवा और मूंग दाल का हलवा और क्या-क्या लेके जा रहे हैं उनके साथ। थोड़ा हमें, हमारे दर्शकों को भी बताइए आप थोड़ा, व्हाट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट नेक्स्ट 15 डेज, क्या-क्या लेके जा रहे हैं उनके साथ। ऑफ कोर्स outside of aspirations and the prayers of billions of Indians. Yes.
अब उनके साथ 2-3 चीज़ें हम लोगों को पता हैं, जैसे गाजर का हलवा है या मूंग दाल का हलवा है या कुछ ऐसे जो है, उनको इसरो की तरफ से जो भी टारगेट दिए गए हैं उन पर वो रिसर्च करेंगे और उसी के हिसाब से ये वर्क करेंगे। जो कुछ है उन्हीं की तैयारी है, तो उसमें जो है वो अपना पूरा कर रहे हैं।
आपको बधाई once again, Shambhu Dayal ji. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV. I'm sure a lot of people are congratulating you today. The whole country is proud of Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla or from the entire Republic TV team. आपको बहुत बधाई. Congratulations, sir. Thank you very much.
ठीक।
Okay, we have some big breaking news coming in on the Antilia bomb scare case. The explosives that were placed outside the house of Mukesh Ambani in the year 2021. There has been a development on this story. Let me go straight to the breaking news now coming in. Now, after the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, Salil Deshmukh's son, Salil Deshmukh, made a claim that Parambir Singh was the mastermind. We're getting in more details now on the show of another, even though he's not been named in the charge sheet as one of the conspirators, there is a testimony, a cyber expert's testimony that says it was Parambir Singh who paid for a fictitious terror group's name to be included. I'm going across to Sandeep joining me with the details. Sandeep, hearing that it was Parambir Singh, allegedly, now this is as per source-based information, that it was Parambir Singh who instructed the fabrication of this terror group called Jaish-ul-Hind and even paid cash for it.
See, this is something that is the part of the investigation, but ultimately, when this whole incident had happened, at that very point in time, a telegram message was in fact got viral within the circles of media, from which was said to be coming from Jaish-ul-Hind, and which had in fact claimed the gelatin sticks that were in fact kept before Antilia were from that very group. But within the seconds, that group was in fact deleted, and in fact no traces were found. Later on, when NIA took in the action and in fact started investigation in this very case, it appeared that it was a part of a conspiracy in which Sachin Waze himself was involved, and later on, remember, Parambir Singh was also quizzed in this very matter. But ultimately, fresh allegations has been made, not just by Salil Deshmukh. In the past, Anil Deshmukh has also made this allegation. We've been trying to connect to Parambir Singh, the former Mumbai Police Commissioner, someone who was put out of the service because of his suspicious role. And in fact, following which there are allegations. He's been quizzed by NIA, but so far no statement being made by Parambir Singh.
Okay, thank you for that. For that information, Parambir Singh, is he the mastermind? That's the claim being made. Thank you for joining us. Another breaking news story On This is Exclusive this evening, India's aviation emergency. The rot is still emerging. I have some more breaking news on the show, exclusive details of the DGCA audit that was conducted. DGCA teams have found multiple cases where maintenance of aircraft was not carried out as per work order. Cases of defects reappearing many times on the aircraft, indicating ineffective monitoring, inadequate rectification action on the defects. Multiple cases of recurring aircraft defect, indicating ineffective monitoring. Non-compliance with maintenance work orders. Let's go across to Harsha joining us live. Quickly, Harsha, if you can summarize what the DGCA has found in a minute.
So, Niranjan, to summarize for you, because right now I'm reporting from DGCA office only, outside DG office, because back-to-back Air India officials are being summoned at the DGCA office because not complying by what DGCA early in their notice also told Air India to maintain their aircraft route. Now we have got to know that the inspection was carried out at Mumbai and Delhi airport, and it was found that the aircraft had repeated defects. The engines were fault, there were issues in the tires of the aircraft, there were issues in the flap of the door and the landing gears as well. And this was conducted almost in the 30 to 40 aircraft of different airlines. The airline's aircraft which was defected is not mentioned by DGCA, but we have got to know that mainly it was Air India Express and Air India aircraft. There were only 2 to 3 aircraft of Indigo in which the defect was found, and DGCA in its detailed report to the airlines have clearly stated that unless they don't maintain the defects or fix the defects of the aircraft, they will not be allowed to fly. Already Air India has reduced its operation by 30% overall and internationally by 15%. But now Air India has to maintain those aircraft which are right now flying and are defected. So the DGCA has sent an entire report to Air India, Indigo and the other airlines as well, like Air India Express. Now we have to see exactly now, will these airlines compliance by DGCA survey or not? Back to you.
Thank you for joining us with those details, Harsha. The details will be also on republicworld.com, a very detailed report. Many findings by the DGCA as India's aviation emergency post-mortem continues. Thanks for watching. This is Exclusive.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAH.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and lift.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our Commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Vac
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1,
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage
preparing
1,
for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition. T-minus 10.
From your smart TVs to your smartphones, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. CBSE has today introduced a new policy where Class 10 board exams will not just be held once but twice. Meanwhile, carrying the badge of India proudly on his shoulders, Shubhanshu Shukla has scripted history today. Also, billionaire Jeff Bezos is all set to tie the knot in a lavish 3-day wedding in Venice, in Italy, but not everybody is quite happy with the sheer opulence of it. Meanwhile, it seems like global embarrassment is in for Donald Trump once again. Wherever he goes, this embarrassment follows. This time, his lies on the nuke site attack in Iran have been exposed for the world to see. We'll get you all that updates on the trending. Not just this, we are also tracking a story from New York. An Indian origin Muslim man has been elected. In fact, he is in the mayor primary race. He has won the primary race for mayoral elections for the very first time. And there has been a lot of controversy surrounding Zohran Mamdani. So who is Zohran Mamdani? We'll tell you. The Indian Connect as well. India's very own golden boy Neeraj Chopra has clinched the top spot once again. He has clinched gold once again. We'll get you all that and more in this power-packed edition of Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra. CBSE has announced a new norm. Now, the 10th board examinations will not just be held once but twice. You heard me right, viewers. The Central Board of Secondary Education has approved a biannual model of examination from the 10th class, which supposedly will reduce the pressure of a single high-stakes examination. Now, under the new policy, it will be mandatory for all the students to appear for the Phase 1 exam. The second phase, however, will be optional. This will give the students the chance to reappear for the exams if they wish to improve their scores. And as reported, only the highest score between the two exams will be the final result. While this is aimed at reducing the students' stress, not everybody is quite impressed with it. Some parents and students also claim that this might just add on to the existing academic pressure. All right, viewers, now shifting focus to the other big story that we're tracking. SpaceX's latest Dragon spacecraft made its debut flight this morning. Aboard this pioneering spacecraft are the 4-member Axiom 4 mission to the International Space Station on behalf of Houston-based Axiom Space. The brand new Crew Dragon capsule lifted off precisely at 12:01 p.m. Indian Standard Time from the Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center of NASA in Florida, marking a powerful start to this mission. Watch this historic liftoff on your screens.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
Now, in his message to India, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla says, and I quote, "The tricolor on my shoulder is reminding me that I'm not alone. This is not the start of my international space journey, but of our country." In fact, just take a listen into this message, viewers.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, what a ride! 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना गर्व से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Now, after the liftoff, Commander Peggy revealed the name of the new SpaceX Dragon spacecraft headed to the ISS. Meet Trace.
Orbital insertion, SpaceX, and we had an incredible ride uphill, and now we like to set our course for the International Space Station aboard the newest member of the Dragon fleet, our spacecraft named Grace. Grace is more than a name. It reflects the elegance with which we move through space against the backdrop of Earth. It speaks to the refinement of our mission, the harmony of science and spirit, and the unmerited favor we carry with humility. Grace reminds us that spaceflight is not just a feat of engineering, but an act of goodwill. Benefit of every human, everywhere.
And viewers, just a short while back, I spoke to the man who designed the mission badge for Shubhanshu Shukla. Manish Tripathi tells us the story of this insignia on Shubhanshu Shukla's, Group Captain Shukla's uniform. Well, thank you so much, Manish, for joining us on Republic TV. It's a proud moment for all of us and for you as well, because he's carrying your design there with him too. Tell us the story about this badge, because that has very interesting features also, because it combines somewhere the heritage and technology.
Thank you so much, Rakshita, for having me here. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire nation for this feat. And Jai Hind, I'll start with that. Jai Bharat. This is definitely, really, big for me. We do design a lot of things, but something which, when we get to do things which is for the nation, for the countrymen, I think that's the biggest thing. And anybody, for any individual, it's like it's a great achievement. The mission badge itself is a sign. Basically, I'll tell you, because once I got in touch with Shubhanshu Shukla, so he very categorically mentioned that we need to design a badge which is there to inspire the coming generation. The badge which carries the legacy, which if somebody sees that badge, and that badge can tell what is India all about in space, and the legacy which we carry, and what we probably aspire to do, what are our ambition.
So if you talk about the, there are the phases of moon also. There is the feature of Aryabhatta, Jantar Mantar, everything is there. So you could just tell us the idea behind all this imagery or the symbols, the signs that have been used.
Basically, I personally felt that, obviously, like if you say Aryabhatta itself, it's already the 50th anniversary of the Aryabhatta, the space. While you see the moon, the lunar, it's also portrays the growing legacy of India in the lunar, space. Of course, you'll see a lot of mathematical sign, which resonates with India in many ways, and then there are astronomical signs.
Well, that's beautiful. I think the entire thought that has gone into it, and what you told about how Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla also had this contribution of, that he envisioned something that would inspire the coming generations. But also tell us how long did it take to design? How did you just put things together? Were you really thinking like very hard, or was it very simple? Did it just come very in a flow?
So first of all, because he happens to be my school senior, so we are from the same hometown, and that's when we were discussing about what to do, what not to do, how to put. And his vision was very clear that he was very well focused on the fact that it has to inspire the generation to come. He wanted that the generation to come should get sort of lured, or rather not inspired, to explore more. When they see, they should get inspired.
Okay, so when was the last time you had any interaction with Group Captain Shukla? Did you send him wishes and ever he mentioned about the space mission to you?
Yes, I kept it very. It is also important to probably act a little sensible when you are connected to such a person, and also at this point of time, I felt it is very, very important for him to concentrate on his mission. So rather than bothering him on calls or messages, I just simply dropped a message, wishing him all the best for the mission, and he obviously he reciprocated with all the warmth.
Thank you so much, Manish, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing the idea behind that very special badge. And of course, India continues to keep an eye on this space mission, as you would be also doing. Thank you so much, Manish. Now, billionaire Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and media mogul Lauren Sanchez are all set to exchange vows in Venice in a lavish 3-day wedding celebration that promises to be a spectacle of extreme wealth and luxury. However, their grand affair is stirring controversy, with activists from Greenpeace protesting the event. Now, citing concerns over wealth inequality, tax avoidance, and the impact of luxury tourism on the fragile city, these protests are making headlines. In a stunning display of opulence now, the multi-day wedding will be hosted aboard Bezos' $500 million super yacht, that is Koru, and promises to be a celebration of extreme wealth and luxury. Guests from around the world will be treated to handcrafted Venetian glassware, exclusive suites from Rosa Salva, and an extravagant showcase of couture bridal fashion. Meanwhile, activists from Greenpeace Italy and the British group Everyone Hates Elon have raised their voices against the billionaires, demanding more from them than just extravaganza. The message is clear. The critics argue that such excess in a city already grappling with over-tourism and inequality is a glaring symbol of systemic imbalance, in their words. And while Bezos and Sanchez have made headlines for asking their guests to donate to charity instead of bringing gifts, the backlash has only intensified. For many, this gesture does not go far enough. As the world's richest individuals host this private event that seems to bypass the realities faced by everyday citizens, the call for greater accountability from the ultra-wealthy grows even louder. It's time now to take a look at all the trends that are running hot today on social media. Months after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was reprimanded by the US President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance for not wearing a suit to the Oval Office, he was seen suiting up for dinner with the President. The leaders are both in The Hague for the NATO summit, and seeing Zelensky suiting up to meet Trump has the internet erupting. Speaking of Zelensky, it appears that the Ukrainian president snuck into the NATO family photo in The Hague. Despite Ukraine not being one of the 32 NATO countries and trying so hard to be into NATO, Zelensky made an appearance in the picture. He's seen squeezed next to Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Union, the European Commission, and behind French President Emmanuel Macron. FBI Director Kash Patel has reportedly dug up evidence that China interfered with the 2020 US presidential elections, and the agency had earlier shut down an investigation that showed the former director bearing proof. Now it has been reported that Patel plans to hand over to Congress proof that former FBI Director Christopher Wray had lied to the Congress. Chaos erupted in Mumbai Metro after a train halted at the station was engulfed in smoke. An empty private bus caught fire near Devipara Metro Station on the Western Express Highway in Mumbai's Borivali area on Tuesday afternoon, sparking panic among the metro commuters. There has been heavy flooding in China's Sandu County. Now take a look at these dramatic visuals of a truck cab dangling after a highway bridge collapsed, leaving the driver trapped inside. He was reportedly rescued later on. US Vice President J.D. Vance thought President Donald Trump issued a nuclear attack by pressing a red button. But no, that was just the Diet Coke button. Take a look at this clip to see where the confusion stemmed from.
This foreign leader, and the president looks over at me, puts the foreign leader on mute and says, "This is not going very well," and he presses the red button. And my eyes get really big, and I'm like, "Mr. President, you know what just happened?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nuclear, nuclear." And 2 minutes.
Neeraj Chopra, India's Olympic and world champion in javelin throw, won the men's title at the Ostrava Golden Spike 2025 in the Czech Republic with a best throw of 85.29 meters, marking his second consecutive international victory after his recent triumph at the Paris Diamond League. In yet another major global embarrassment for the United States president. A bombshell leak from a preliminary US intelligence report has ignited a firestorm of controversy. It reveals that Trump's strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities fell far short of his claims of complete destruction. Now, according to the report from the Defense Intelligence Agency, in fact, before that, we will just take a listen into what Trump, what is the reaction coming in?
Or to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
So according to the report from the Defense Intelligence Agency, the strikes only managed to set back Iran's nuclear program by a few months, leaving the country's stockpile of enriched uranium intact and its centrifuge operations largely functional. A 5-page preliminary report assessing the US strikes on Operation Midnight Hammer suggests that US strikes may have only sealed off the two entrances of the nuke facility in Fordo. The report further contends that the underground building may not have collapsed and Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was moved before the strikes, and Trump's obliteration claim may be just exaggerated. The assessment, viewers, paints a starkly different picture from Trump's assertions of a spectacular military success, instead suggesting that Iran could potentially restart its nuclear program within months. But viewers, Trump being Trump has had a complete meltdown now. He had a string of insults ready for the news networks at a press conference who had carried this story.
Tremendous success, and this is the New York Times. I call it the failing New York Times. It's going to hell. And CNN, which, as you know, very few people are watching. This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You have some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Now, even they admit that it was hit very hard.
Just hours later, US President Donald Trump on Wednesday posted a video on his Truth Social handle featuring a compilation of B-2 stealth fighter jets dropping bombs at different places. All right, viewers, now at Republic Media Network, we celebrate the dreams of those who rise to grow, to build and to lead. Building Bharat, real estate, real impact. Republic Media Network's inaugural real estate conclave on the 27th of June celebrates the future of India's urban transformation.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लल जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T plus 30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight
Impact
abort,
show underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already
Stage 1
preparing for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn. With that confirmation from Mission Control that we are throttling the first stage engines down, we are expecting MECO at T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. Stage 1 boost back startup and back ignition.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space.
बात को आज वही व्यक्ति ने 2014 में पूरे देश से उखाड़ कर फेंक।
Home Minister Amit Shah releases the Emergency Diaries, a book that chronicles Prime Minister Modi's role in the fight for democracy. Home Minister also slammed Congress for murdering democracy in 1975.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki, but that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war.
Trump compared strikes on Iran to Hiroshima, says strikes on the nuclear program of Iran was the hit that ended the war. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sets off on key Axiom 4 mission, says this mission is the beginning of India's human space program. 4 years after the Antilia bomb scare, big allegation against Parambir Singh. Salil Deshmukh says he was the mastermind of the plot.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Hi, this is Chef Ranbir Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of Aviation.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, व्हाट अ राइड। 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत के इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Nexa.
We eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, the
notorious Parambir Singh, the tainted Parambir Singh, the controversial Parambir Singh, back in the news with allegations that Parambir Singh was the mastermind of the Antilia bomb case, where bombs were planted outside Mukesh Ambani's house. We're talking about the notorious Parambir Singh once again. My second debate this evening, glaring and unpardonable lapses have come to attention after the DGCA surprise checks at airports, which means the airlines are taking it too easy and need to be pulled up even more. At 8:45 this evening, we are beaming with pride at the feet of Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla as he's jetting off to the ISS on board the Falcon 9 as we speak. And at 9 o'clock this evening, what an embarrassment for the embarrassing Donald Trump. His intel agencies have burst his bubble on massive strikes in Iran. It appears it was the bombing that wasn't. It was a complete flop show. But first tonight, when three people, thick as thieves, fall out, then the rot begins to crumble and the skeletons stumble out as well. We all know about the disgraced and disgraceful, the notorious, the tainted, the horribly controversial, the embarrassing Parambir Singh. An ex-cop, now retired, doing some job, who has been under so much investigation, among others, under investigation in the Antilia bombing case. The case where someone tried to bomb the house of Mukesh Ambani, India's richest man. Parambir Singh's role has always been under question there. What was Parambir Singh's role? What did he do? What did he know? And Parambir Singh was interrogated in the Mukesh Ambani house bombing case. It was allegedly under his watch that Sachin Vaze, as a police inspector, conspired to plant bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house, Antilia. Now, in an interesting turn of events, Salil Deshmukh, son of Maharashtra's home minister at the time, has revealed, or rather spilled the beans, that the same notorious Parambir Singh, the controversial and tainted Parambir Singh, the then, unfortunately, police commissioner, was the fixer, he claims, and the mastermind in the Antilia bomb case. In fact, he has said, and he said this, that Parambir Singh was personally involved in the whole aspect of planting a bomb outside Mukesh Ambani's house. Now, my question tonight is this, that how is it that in India some of the biggest cases remained locked up and in the freezer? Is that a good thing? These cases become big only because people feel strongly about them, because we in the media report about this. And you can see these images of Antilia, Mukesh Ambani's house, right outside it. You remember the pictures of a policeman walking like a ghost in a PPE kit. A policeman reporting to whom? To Parambir Singh, who was reinstated directly by the man who led Mumbai's police department, Parambir Singh. How can the case about the alleged involvement of a police officer in planting 20 explosive gelatin sticks outside Mukesh Ambani's Antilia remain untouched and unresolved? Why should we accept it? Why should the largest news network in the country, Republic, not ask these questions? That how does the Antilia case languish in cold storage? On the 22nd of September 2021, the CID handed over a sealed envelope to the Chandiwal Commission investigating the Antilia bombing case. It has been 3 years and 9 months. Not a small time, 3 years and 9 months. And you are still not told about what was inside the sealed envelope. We're told there are names. And as we know, this man, the controversial, tainted, notorious Parambir, has been questioned by the National Investigating Agency, not just because of his closeness to Sachin Vaze, the dirty cop who he brought in to do dirty and bad things, not for the general presumption that there were a lot of facts that indicate that the dirty Sachin Vaze was very, very emboldened and empowered to go as far as to target Mukesh Ambani's house. Moreover, the nation wants to know, was it not Parambir Singh who appointed the dirty, controversial, convicted Sachin Vaze as the investigating officer? Was he the investigating officer in the Antilia bombing case? Though it turned out, he turned out to be the main conspirator in the case later. And still, the National Investigating Agency has been behaving very strangely. They neither charged Parambir Singh in the report yet, nor have they been able to close the case. How is it that the dirty Sachin Vaze, who's horrible, and the reason we call him dirty is because he's done dirty things. Terrible allegations against him, corruption, murder, everything. That man is in judicial custody for this exact same case in which Parambir Singh is not even named as an accused, not been let off either. Now, we don't know whether the involvement of the police in this case was in Sachin Vaze and Parambir's personal capacity, or was it institutional? Did Sachin Vaze act in his individual capacity or an institutional capacity? If he acted in an institutional capacity, then what is the role of Parambir Singh? These are legit questions, and these are things that are very, 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 very suspicious. Someone speaks once every few months, but you are told you have no right to know. Now, viewers, let me share something with you. The car in which the bombs were placed outside Mukesh Ambani's house is the same car. And this is something perhaps Mukesh Ambani knows, perhaps he doesn't know. He should know. In any case, this car placed outside Mukesh Ambani's house is the same car, by the way, in which Parambir's main man, the dirty Sachin Vaze, came with the police to arrest me on the 5th of November 2020. I'm not making this up. This is the same green Scorpio. Fate has a strange way of bringing the evidence out. I'm showing you the evidence, viewers. See this, the same green Scorpio outside my apartment in Mumbai, and the same green Scorpio full of bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house. Mukesh Ambani must know. The police must know. The central government must know. The BJP must know. Because I believe that evil men in uniform got so emboldened arresting me in a false case that they tried the same trick to bomb the home of Asia's richest man. Worst thing is, they don't want to give closure to this case. Some people have put it in cold storage with loose threads hanging around. It is your responsibility to connect the dots. I also believe that even today there is an attempt, a desperate attempt. A desperate attempt, I don't know why, to hide the 100% truth in the Antilia bombing case. I don't know why. But like everything, I make a promise tonight that this case also, the truth will tumble out. If not tumble, then it will slide out, but it will come out any which way. Let's debate.
25th February 2021. A case that targeted India's richest man, Mukesh Ambani, and his family. The car bomb case, where a Scorpio full of RDX was placed outside his Antilia residence in South Mumbai. So far, the main focus of the NIA investigation on the Antilia bomb case had been on another disgraced cop and alleged killer Sachin Vaze. But now the focus is closing in on Parambir Singh. Visuals back then showed the killer cop Sachin Vaze picking up a man called Mansukh Hiren outside the Mumbai Commissionerate when Parambir was the police commissioner. Back then, visuals had also showed how Vaze was seen driving Mansukh Hiren to the police headquarters. But the next day in Thane Creek, not far from the Mumbai city, Mansukh Hiren's body was found.
अरे इतना रुमाल बांधने लगे मारा गया है उसको चलो ये खोल दो बेटा ये खोल
4 years later, the Antilia bomb scare controversy is back in focus, and Parambir's role is back in the limelight. Back then, Salil Deshmukh, once hand in gloves with the Commissioner Parambir Singh, exposed his alleged role in the Antilia bomb case. 4 years later, Salil Deshmukh's son alleges that former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh was the mastermind behind the planting of explosives in a vehicle outside Antilia.
जेव्हा परमबीर सिंग याला पदावरनं दुसऱ्या पदावर नेलं, जेव्हा अँटिलियामध्ये बॉम्ब अँटिलियाच्या बिल्डिंग खाली बॉम्ब ठेवण्यात आला आणि असं लक्षात आलं की हे बॉम्ब ठेवणारा मनुष्य स्वतःच आयुक्त आहे, त्याच्यानंतर सरकारने त्यांची दुसऱ्या दुसऱ्या विभागामध्ये त्यांची बदली केली, म्हणजे गृह विभागामध्येच दुसरीकडे त्या ठिकाणी बदली केली. त्याच्या 2 दिवसानंतर यांना साक्षात्कार झाला परमबीर सिंगला, की यांनी मला 100 कोटी मागितले, की यांनी 100 कोटी गोळा करायला सांगितले. तुम्ही जेव्हा आयुक्त होते तेव्हा चूप बसले होते का? तेव्हा जेव्हा तुम्ही खुर्चीवर बसले होते तुम्ही काय चूप बसले? बरं, हे जाऊन जयश्री पाटीलनी याची FIR टाकली मलबार हिल पोलीस स्टेशनला, की याची CBI चौकशी झाली पाहिजे. यांनी ओपन लेटर लिहिलं होतं आणि खुल्या पत्राच्या नंतर चांदीवाल आयोगामध्ये यांनी म्हणले या संदर्भातले माझ्याकडे पुरावे नाही. इतक्या तुम्ही धाडी टाकल्या, इतकी तुम्ही रेट टाकले, माझ्या लहान मुलीची सुद्धा चौकशी करायला हे लोक घाबरले नाही. माझ्या परिवारवाले, माझी आई, माझी बहीण, माझी बायको, माझ्या भावाची मिसेस, या सगळ्यांवर गुन्हे दाखल करण्यापर्यंत, यांना कोर्टात खेचेपर्यंत, यांना पूर्ण जीर्ण करापर्यंत या ठिकाणी हा एक ऑपरेशन लोटस, त्यावेळेस ऑपरेशन लोटसचा हा एक भाग होता. आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांना कल्पना आहे की कशा पद्धतीने ईडीनी कारवाया केल्या. आता वास्तविक मी बोलायला नको, मी स्वतः सुद्धा बेलवर आहे, ईडीचं ऑफिस पण बाजूलाच आहे, मी स्वतः बेलवर आहे. पण हे एक ऑपरेशन लोटसचा भाग होता आणि त्याच्या माध्यमातून हे केलं गेलं. आणि एवढंच नाही, आमच्या वर्षात पण बरेच लोकांवर केलं. इतकं झाल्याच्या नंतर तुम्हाला भेटलं काय? इतकं झाल्याच्या नंतर तुम्ही काय करून घेतलं?
Salil also claimed that the NIA was on the verge of arresting Parambir Singh for his alleged involvement, but he evaded action with the help of the BJP.
हे पूर्ण लोकांच्या पुढे आहे की नुसतं ऐकीव माहितीवर इतकी होतं परमबीर सिंगला, तर त्यांनी खुर्चीवर बसताना तेव्हा राजीनामा द्यायला पाहिजे होता. त्याला बाजूला काढला, त्याला साक्षात्कार झाला. वास्तविक परमबीर सिंग हाच फिक्सर आहे. परमबीर सिंग यांनी हा बॉम्ब ठेवला आणि NIAच्या माध्यमातून हा अटॅक होणारच होता. हा स्वतःचा बचाव करण्यासाठी याने भाजपच्या वरिष्ठांची मदत घेतली आणि मदत घेऊन स्वतः वाचून अशा पद्धतीचा आरोप करून पळून गेला.
परमवीर सिंह पर अगर आरोप लगे हैं और परमवीर सिंह की जांच होनी चाहिए, अगर गृह मंत्री का पुत्र कह रहा है जो एक नेता भी है, तो ज़रूर इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए. लेकिन अब वही है कि संयम है कोतवाल अब डर काहे का. पूरी सरकार ही बीजेपी की है, बीजेपी पूर्ण बहुमत में है, तो ये सब जांच करेगा कौन?
The Deshmukhs claim they have been targeted because Anil Deshmukh, as Home Minister in the MVA government in 2021, had transferred Parambir Singh in the wake of the Antilia explosive scare. But over 4 years now, the case of Antilia bombing has remained a matter of investigation. The information that was shared to the court in a sealed envelope had some information shared, which means it is not in public scrutiny yet. But even today, nobody has forgotten the attempt to bomb the house of Mukesh Ambani. And after 4 years, the focus is back on one man, Parambir Singh. Was Parambir Singh the mastermind in that case? Was the then Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh involved?
Now, Rhythm, Parambir Singh was interrogated, right, in this case. Terrible record, this man, Parambir Singh, such a terrible, so notorious, so tainted. He was interrogated, right? We have the pictures, you're sure he was interrogated. He was called by the National Investigating Agency, and then suddenly, he was neither cleared nor framed. So, what happened? Where does the case stand now? Rhythm.
Absolutely. Arnab, the entire blame by the NIA in its charge sheet of 10,000 pages has been put on Sachin Vaze. However, the biggest question to ask here and the compelling evidence that is there with them against Parambir Singh makes us wonder why there is no case that had been put against Parambir Singh. First point, of course, he was reinstated. Sachin Vaze was reinstated in 2019 by Parambir Singh. Most important point, the NIA charge sheet speaks about a cyber expert. That cyber expert has given a testimony that he was told to mock up a scenario linking a Telegram channel to Jaish-ul-Hind and paid him 5 lakh rupees to falsify the report.
Also, Parambir and Sachin Vaze are totally linked. These two are thick as thieves. They do everything together.
Sachin Vaze was Parambir's
and did Parambir make him investigating officer in this case also?
Yes.
So Parambir Singh made the main conspirator investigating officer. in the Antilia case to the bombing outside Mukesh Ambani's house.
And this is
Terrible
just the
guy.
tip of the iceberg. The Maharashtra ministers Nawab Malik, Dilip Vasle Patil also publicly asserted that Singh had misinformed the then chief minister and presented this scare as terrorism with fabricated Pakistani links.
Yeah.
What is even more shocking to understand is this evidence from the NIA witnesses reveals on the day Mansukh Hiren's body was discovered, Singh met with the encounter specialist Pradeep Sharma and Vaze, who is the main mastermind right now, suggesting
let's get Salil. We got with us this evening Salil Deshmukh. He's the son of the former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, and he's saying that Parambir Singh is the main conspirator. Now, you made a very serious charge against Parambir Singh, Salil. How sure are you of that?
Well, Arnabji, first of all, at the outset, I thank you for taking out this issue. I, Salil Deshmukh, I am a NCP worker. I have been working in my party for quite a long time. And this is my personal experience. This is my personal way of talking. I mean to say, I am no investigative agency. But whatever series that has happened, whatever chronology that we see, completely indicates, completely shows that this man, disgruntled cop, Parambir Singh, has done all this. And to get away from what he has done a lot of the compromises, which the chronology only proves. We are proud of our Maharashtra cops. We are proud of our India cops. Time and again, our Maharashtra cops, Mumbai police has taken our name of our state, our country to different heights. We know that Bombay police को हमेशा स्कॉटलैंड यार्ड से भी कंपेयर किया गया है और ऐसे तरीके से जहां पे हमारे जवानों ने, हमारे पुलिस वालों ने हमारे देश को बचाने का काम किया, हमारे सिविलियंस को बचाने का काम किया, ऐसे समय पे एक ऐसा भी पुलिस वाला इस महाराष्ट्र में, इस शहर में हुआ है जिसने देश का नाम डुबाने का काम किया ही किया, ऊपर से एक बहुत बड़ी गहरी साजिश उसने रची, ऐसा मेरा पर्सनल मानना है। क्योंकि ये क्रोनोलॉजी जो आप देखेंगे, ये पूरी जो हमारे एडिटर इन चीफ, आई डोंट नो हिज वुडंट नो हर नेम, लेकिन जो उन्होंने बनाया बताया है पूरी उसी तरीके से जाती है। आप अगर देखिए तो परमबीर सिंह जब ये बॉम्बे का सीपी थे तब वो परमबीर सिंह के नाक के नीचे ये सब हुआ। ये सब होते हुए तुम्हारा इंटेलिजेंस कहाँ गया था? इंटेलिजेंस कहा गया था? पूरा महाराष्ट्र जानता है, पूरा बॉम्बे जानता है कि परमबीर सिंह का खास आदमी, परमबीर सिंह का राइट हैंड ये सचिन वाजपेयी ही था, ये सभी लोग जानते हैं। उसके बावजूद जैश-उल हिंद नाम का एक थ्रेट परसेप्शन क्रिएट किया गया, जो परसेप्शन क्रिएट करने के बाद में उसी को जिसने क्रिएट किया वो उस बॉम्बे सीपी ऑफिस के डिपार्टमेंट से उसको 5 लाख रुपए दिए गए बख्शिश करके, ये भी रिकॉर्ड पे है। उसके बाद में आप देखिए जो डीबीआर जहां पे बैठ के सब पूरा प्लान हो गया, वो डीबीआर जो कोर्ट ने मांगा था तब वो कोर्ट को दिया नहीं गया, उसको डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश की है। वो डिस्ट्रॉय करने के बाद भी उसका डीबीआर वहां पे देने में आया कोर्ट में। इतना ही नहीं, ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, मैं एक देश का नागरिक हूं, सजग नागरिक हूं। मैं भी चाहता हूं कि जो गलत करे उसको सजा होनी चाहिए, और कोई एनआईए एजेंसी रहे या दूसरी कोई एजेंसी है जिसको हमको नाज होना चाहिए कि ऐसी एजेंसी हमारे देश में है। उन लोगों ने, ऐसे लोग जिन लोगों ने हमारे देश का नाम नीचे किया है, एक थ्रेट परसेप्शन जो एक एशिया के सबसे बड़े,
सलील आप कह रहे हो,
सबसे बड़े बिजनेसमैन के घर के ऊपर किया।
आप कह रहे हो कि भारत के जितने सबसे बड़े बिजनेसमैन, सबसे अमीर व्यक्ति,
सबसे बड़ा,
सबसे इन्फ्लुएंशियल इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, कॉर्पोरेट लीडर मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम जिसने प्लेस की, और आप कह रहे हैं मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर बम रखने की साजिश ये परमबीर की है, आप ये कह रहे हैं, है ना? तो इतनी बड़ी साजिश जिसने की वो निकले कैसे?
फिर से बता रहा हूं,
ये निकल कैसे गए?
मैं कह रहा हूं,
या निकले नहीं है तो इनके खिलाफ केस भी फ्रेम नहीं हुई है। और दूसरा सवाल मेरा ये है कि सलील जी, आपके अपने पिताजी उस समय गृह मंत्री थे महाराष्ट्र के, तो क्या इनको पता नहीं था? परमबीर तो रिपोर्टिंग उनको करते थे।
नहीं, परमबीर उनको रिपोर्ट करते होंगे, बिल्कुल सही बात है, लेकिन हर चीज, पहली चीज तो मैं एक इंडिविजुअल सलील देशमुख करके यहाँ पे पर्सनल कैपेसिटी पे यहाँ पे आया हूँ। मैं कोई गवर्नमेंट को या तो वो टाइम पे क्या क्या घटनाक्रम हुए
मगर फिर आपके पिताजी को भी तो कहना चाहिए ना, क्योंकि सच तो निकलनी चाहिए। जो भी सच है, सिर्फ आप कह रहे व्यक्तिगत तौर पर आई अप्रिशिएट
जितना। हाँ, मैं समझता हूँ आपका सवाल जो है वो वाजिब है और ये सवाल पूछना भी जाना चाहिए। जो चीज कोर्ट में बोली गई है वो शायद बाहर आई होंगी, जो चीज चांदीवाल आयोग में बोली गई वो चीज बाहर आई होंगी, लेकिन निश्चित रूप से एक बुक में ये सब चीजें लिखी गई है। इसमें काफी सारे, ये हमारे पिताजी ने लिखी गई है, श्री अनिल देशमुख जी ने, इसमें काफी सारी चीजें, काफी सारे खुलासे, काफी सारे एक्सपोजर उसमें किए गए हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता कि यू शुड गो थ्रू दिस और इसमें से काफी सारे खुलासे आपको मिल जाएंगे। अब मैं खुद पार्टी वर्कर होने के कारण मैं ये तो नहीं बोल सकता वहां पे कब क्या क्या हुआ था, लेकिन जो क्रोनोलॉजी, जो एविडेंट चीजें, जो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हमको दिख रहा है, उसके ऊपर बोलने का तो मुझे हक है। और जैसे कि आपने बोला कि काफी सारे यहाँ पे कोल्ड स्टोरेज में आपका प्रकरण रखा गया है, मैं समझता हूं उसको कोल्ड स्टोरेज से निकाल के जिसने गलती की है, जिसने हमारे देश को बदनाम करने की कोशिश की, उसको सजा होनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, मैं भी इस बात को मानता हूं 100% ये होनी चाहिए। रिदम, दिस इज वेरी वेरी सेंसेशनल बिकॉज ये सारी चीजें लिंक्ड है। मनसुख हिरेन मर्डर, एंटीला बॉम्बिंग केस, हाँ, अर्नब गोस्वामी अरेस्ट, सचिन वाजे मर्डर केस, ये सारी चीजें एक तरह से लिंक्ड है।
Yes.
They are all linked. And ये चीजें ऐसी नहीं हो सकती कि आधी अधूरी छोड़ी जाए। They can't be left halfway. अभी भारत के लोगों को कहा जा रहा है भूल जाओ मुकेश अंबानी के घर में जो बॉम्बिंग हुई थी, भूल जाओ। क्यों भूले? Do we not have a right, सलील? रिदम, सबसे बड़ी केस, I want the visuals to be played. मैं तो चाहता हूं लोग फिर से वापस इस पर सवाल पूछे। मैं चाहता हूं कि लोग पूछे इसमें कि मुकेश अंबानी के घर के बाहर जो हुआ था, पूरा षड्यंत्र खुलकर सामने आना चाहिए। People have a right to know. और ये देखिए सलील, इसी स्कॉर्पियो में सचिन वाजे मुझे अरेस्ट करने आए थे। देखिए और अपने पिताजी को भी दिखाइए कि अर्नब गोस्वामी को ना रोक पाया कोई, ना कभी रोकेगा। उसी स्कॉर्पियो में एंटीला के बाहर पार्क थी, सेम टू सेम स्कॉर्पियो है सलील। ये बहुत सेंसेशनल केस है सलील। मुझे लगता है कि अनिल देशमुख को सच कह देना चाहिए, कुछ भी हो, कोई भी पॉलिटिकल कॉन्सिक्वेंस हो। रिदम, अनिल देशमुख नोज, इफ देयर इज वन मैन हु नोज द ट्रूथ, जो बोल सकते हैं, इट इज अनिल देशमुख।
Yes, and Arnab, even in that book that Salil is talking about, Anil Deshmukh has mentioned it, but we have to understand, yes, the diary of a home minister, but also what Parambir Singh actually did. What Salil is saying, he requested the insertion of a Jai-ul-Hind poster in this report to falsify and support terror claims against, like you said, the richest man in India and Asia, Mukesh Ambani, for the fabrication that he wanted to tie that entire plot as a terrorist plot and to try and get credibility from the masterminds. We remember what Antilia bomb scare that happened, a Scorpio SUV, the visuals on the screen with the 20 gelatin sticks found abandoned outside Mr. Ambani's house at Antilia. The car belonged to Mansukh Hiren, who was found dead. His body was recovered from the Mumra Creek, and I remember you had said that it's almost, when it was washed, his body was washed ashore, that it's almost as if it's his body, it's like a phoenix that's rising and coming back to get justice. This is not only about a fabrication of a tale, but about a murder of Mansukh Hiren that was done with fabrication and collaboration. How is it possible that Parambir Singh reinstates someone who is out of service for 16 years because of his dubious role in an encounter killing of a person, and then that person after 16 years goes through is immediately shifted up. He's given this, he's given power of a CIU unit, Sachin Vaze. He's reinstated, personally commissioned by Parambir Singh, and then he does all this without the immediate knowledge of the person whose blue-eyed boy he is.
We cannot allow the Antilia bomb case to be covered up anymore. That's what I want to say. To be covered up. If we allow it to be covered up, then I think it is cheating the people of India. Do you agree with me, viewers? That's how things sometimes happens. Very powerful people come together and then they say, forget it. Only we have a right to know what happened in that case. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying if the case involving an attempt to bomb the house of Asia's richest man is covered up, it's dangerous for Indian democracy. This case will have to be opened up. Salil Deshmukh must speak. We will investigate. Salil, I thank you for coming out tonight. Rhythm, thank you very much. That's my view on it. We cannot allow the Antilia bomb case to be closed anymore. It's very suspicious that it's been closed. It's very dangerous. There seem to be people very interested in closing the case. Why? Who are they protecting? Who are the people whose role, if it comes out, is going to shock people in this country? Who are they? The nation will know, will get to know. Read my lips. The nation wants to know, the nation will get to know. And Republic will expose it. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks after the AI-171 crash, in which the role of the Tatas was terrible, the role of Air India was terrible, the DGCA finally woke up to do an audit and surveillance checks. I'm happy for that. And what they found at the Mumbai and Delhi airport is beyond shocking. It is horrifying. Here it is.
241 people were charred to death in the Ahmedabad plane crash. In the following weeks, we saw a spate of aviation incidents.
Water dripping in Air India flight.
In-flight entertainment is not working with even entertainment.
After the massive outrage, the aviation regulatory body has sprung into action. Surveillance of major airports including Delhi and Mumbai have been conducted, exposing serious lapses.
The DGCA audit report has made damning revelations. Surprise inspection was ordered in many airports of the country, including the major airports in Delhi and Mumbai as well. From an aircraft with worn-out tires to the runway having faded markings that can be very, very dangerous during low visibility condition, viewers. Not just that, lack of safety equipment has been also discovered. In fact, the software that is used for the training of pilots was found to be outdated. Many defects that have been reported did not even make to the technical logbook, and several of the defects were repeated in the aircraft. Many such lapses have been revealed in this DGCA report, viewers. Now, the question arises, why was this being neglected all this while? The DGCA is the aviation watchdog, and it has been caught napping, viewers. Hundreds and millions of rupees are spent on the maintenance of these airports. These are some of the busiest and the largest airports. But who's responsible for jeopardizing the security of the air travelers, viewers?
Repeated defects, reported defects, reappearing, ineffective monitoring, unserviceable ground handling equipments from the airlines to the airports. Serious lapses have raised many questions. Some of these are very, very critical maintenance-related violations for passengers' safety. But the question that we must ask of the regulatory body is that why did DGCA wait so long for this surveillance? Who is responsible for ensuring that the airlines and airports follow the protocols for passenger safety?
Okay, we got Venkateshwar Rao, Captain Ehsan Khalid. Venkateshwar Rao is a very activist, former Air India. Captain Ehsan Khalid is a veteran Indian Air Force pilot, and he's also flown the Boeing 737 NG fleet, former commander there. Parvez Damania, former director of Kingfisher and founder of Damania Airways. Mr. Damania, this is frightful because suddenly they've woken up and they find that everything is wrong. DGCA suddenly wakes up and they find that everything is wrong, technical faults, defect alerts, not logged, safety breaches, no speed governors, no runway markings, no taxiway lights. I mean, it's a mess. I can go on and on. Obstruction data around airports not updated in 3 years. What's been going on? We feel like we've been walking on the edge.
No, I think it's very shocking. These findings are, are really very shocking. And I'm surprised the DGCA took so long to do this audit. And this audit was done by very senior DGCA, joint DGCA level people. And some of the findings they found, like runway markings, taxiway runway markings have been worn out, simulators hasn't been updated, and a lot of defects. And these are just right now, these are just Bombay and Delhi airport. So can you imagine what must be the condition of the smaller
All the airports, yeah, smaller
where
airports, yeah.
At least Mumbai is a huge DGCA office, Delhi is a huge DGCA base. So these people would have been a little more careful, but remote airports like Bhopal, Indore, which are really away from the DGCA radar, we cannot imagine what the situation must be.
So why did the DGCA allow this? Should the Civil Aviation Minister not explain, Captain Ehsan Khalid?
Hi. It doesn't appear to be very shocking to me because
no?
Like all, yeah, it does not. The reason being that the regulator, DGCA, or the Airport Authority of India, which is supposed to oversee the functioning of airports of India, okay, they are heavily understaffed. They are under budget constraint.
The government is understaffed. It's a government organization. Government is understaffed.
That is correct. Almost about 30 to 40% of the positions, critical positions, are vacant, and they have been vacant for decades.
But that's their problem. People can die.
Right. So the thing is that, it is not something that has happened overnight. What I'm saying is that it does not come shocking because we don't invest in safety. We invest into things which give us returns, and we don't think that safety is something.
Safety doesn't get you a return.
No, it does not give us a return. It is only an.
So people are cattle. People are cattle. They have to be carried around like cattle, and they can be sacrificed like cattle.
How would you otherwise explain 40% of the posts being vacant in these organizations? From 2014 to 2020.
Not my problem. I pay taxes. I pay taxes, Venkat.
No,
I pay. Why should my life be compromised?
I'm not giving excuse. I'm telling you the fact that the air travel has increased from 66 million to 160 million, almost
nothing moves these people. This Air India, DGCA, nothing moves. I'm telling you, viewers, there is a truce and an agreement between DGCA and Air India. And only Republic will say this, because we don't do these, sort of softy interviews with Chandrasekharan. We don't care if Chandrasekharan talks to us or not. We are in a mess. We are in a mess. People are being compromised. Today it's happened in Bombay and Delhi airport. Imagine Guwahati airport, imagine Gorakhpur airport, imagine Kolkata airport, imagine Jabalpur airport. I don't know what's going on here, Venkat. This is a scam. This is a scam that's going on.
The DGCA, honestly, is a Rip Van Winkle. It only wakes up when there's an incident or an accident. We have been screaming hoarse. DGCA officers are very pliable. And I have to make this statement with full responsibility. I have seen reports, I have seen so many things that the DGCA has done. We have been on your channel for so long, but it is surprising that not one person thought it fit to talk to people and find out. No, I'm not talking to me. There were senior personnel who were on the show, Captain Panesar, but they don't want to talk because we are a mirror to them to show that, look, this is where you goofed up. DGCA has always been a problem. It is pliable to maybe two free tickets or an upgrade or an excess baggage clearance or maybe some gratuities in cash or kind, and you can get any work done in the DGCA office. And I make this statement with full responsibility because I have seen how the earlier day a particular statement is made and the next day on Air India's asking, the rules were changed. So you have one person from Air India permanently posted in the DGCA. Let me tell you, with regarding to manpower, the standard force has to be maintained. It is not the passenger or the crew or anybody else's problem. So if you don't maintain your standard force, you are bound to have problems. So coming back to what I am saying is the DGCA, manpower is not the problem. The problem basically is the attitude. The DGCA thinks nobody can touch me. Nobody can do anything to me.
Yeah, because they've got an agreement with the airlines, and the airlines are leading to this corruption. If there's corruption, it's because of the airlines. The problem is, I saw an email from an airline to someone in Civil Aviation Minister, someone in DGCA. So I know Falana Thikana, so this big person is going, this big person's mother is going, this big person's brother is going, this big person is going. Please give them 10 kilo, 20 kilo, 30 kilo, 40 kilo, 50 kilo free. Now, when you give 50 kilo free, you're also endangering passengers because you're adding you're adding weight to the plane.
And that will not...
This kind of stuff is happening. Viewers, I'm going to tell you this kind of stuff is happening. Other channels will not tell you. They have agreements. They want advertising. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn out here. I think they're handling it terrible. I don't know what the Tatas are doing. It's a frightful mess. But I don't know what the Civil Aviation Minister is doing. Nice guy. Nice guy. He came to my office recently. I don't know what he's doing. No, Parvez, I think the Civil Aviation Minister should either make a statement on what's going on.
Problem. The airline itself has to take care of its own safety measures. No, the airline should self-regulate the safety standards.
Yeah, but it's convenient. No, pass the buck. No, pass the buck.
But shouldn't the airline also look after the safety standards?
Yeah, but there's a pass the buck arrangement.
Some of the defects were found in the airline.
Why would I do that?
Some of the defects are found by the... You know,
Parvez,
if my simulator is not being
Parvez
upgraded, that's some DGCA's problem. So the airline also should self-regulate. No. Is it just not the airlines?
I am tired of hearing this. Parvez, last 2 weeks I'm only hearing, airline is responsible. Airline says, DGCA is responsible. DGCA, airline is responsible. It's like Bangalore, you know. RCB says, Karnataka government is responsible. Karnataka government's RCB is responsible. But people died, no.
Yeah, people died.
Yeah, people died. Who cares if people die? Who cares if ordinary people die in this country? Who cares? Who cares? Let me tell you the truth out here. Who cares? They only kept saying former chief minister died. Yes, the former chief minister died. I'm very sorry for that. But I want the VVIPs in this country to go to the homes of the ordinary people who died as well. Ordinary people matter. Parvez. They matter.
Yeah, people, this crew, think of the crew, the air hostess families ruined. So many lives are ruined because of this, you know. It's not a very minor thing.
It's not a minor thing, but they've got an arrangement. No, where is the Civil Aviation Minister? I want to call him on an episode of Nation Wants to Know. Right after this, I'm sending him a letter. But problem is, he's from the TDP. BJP will not trouble the TDP. BJP will not take action against the TDP minister. Right or wrong? Can the BJP act? Can the BJP ask a TDP minister to quit? He's a Civil Aviation Minister. No channel will ask this question. I will ask the question. Now everybody goes quiet because you realize I'm asking a really damn good question. The question on the minds of everyone, can the BJP ask a TDP Civil Aviation Minister to quit? Or will it affect the NDA? What is more important, a political equation or doing the thing that's right? The biggest crash in this country. What action has been taken against the Civil Aviation Minister?
No. But I think we are.
No, why should I not ask these questions? You want me to be like other journalists? Not ask this. Avoid. Don't question Tata. Don't question Air India. Don't question DGCA. Don't question TDP. Don't question BJP. Don't question anyone.
No.
Why? No. This is the problem in our country, Ehsan. The moment you are asking uncomfortable questions, everybody gets very queasy.
Connecting this accident to either DGCA or to airline or to
DGCA is part of central government, no. Why should I keep being DGCA? DGCA is not reporting to any other country's government.
It is as if that we have come to a conclusion that
DGCA is not an independent regulator, no. It comes under the Minister of Civil Aviation.
No.
You want me to ask the question but not name the guy?
No, I don't want...
DGCA is not headed by a judge, no, or an ex-judge like all other things. DGCA is headed by the Civil Aviation Minister. Viewers, do you agree with me? The problem is Arnab asks bindas questions. Nobody likes it. You want me to be like the other people? Play safe? I'm not going to play safe.
This question that you're asking, Arnab, is right. But
yeah, but why? But why add a but? This is the only question people should ask. You want me to open the lines? Open the lines tonight. Open the lines. Let me see.
But to connect...
No, there is no but. There are no ifs and buts. This play safe culture is ruining this country.
But to connect this...
Don't ask any questions.
Accident is wrong.
Don't ask any questions. I don't play games. I did not attend Vijay Mallya's party. That's why I called him a fugitive. All the other journalists went around in his parties, flew his planes for free. Parvez knows that. I'm not shameless like those journalists. See, I don't want to play safe. People are going to die in this country. There'll be more crashes like this if we don't speak up.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you have to speak up.
I'm the only guy who speaks up, sir.
Is incorrect.
Yeah, all others are scared.
I have been trying to get so many people to try and listen to voices, but then there is nobody listening to the voices of the people. The powers that be control everything. I mean, you are asking why the minister should not resign. We don't even know what the minister has been fed till now. Does the minister even know the actual facts of what has happened?
I don't know.
Or
I don't know. I've not even heard from the minister.
For all we know, that minister or the pilot or the airline has nothing to do with this accident. While there is lot to be done
minister
in the
has
airline
accountability, how nothing to do? Okay, anyway, listen, I feel very strongly about this. But I have to move on because I've got a third big story coming up. But I'm raising the questions so people are agreeing with me. Can't open the lines, unfortunately, tonight. Because I've got one last segment in this 1 hour. Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Subhangshu Shukla's upcoming mission to the International Space Station is a momentous occasion for all of us. Significant milestone, huge achievement in our exploration journey of space. I'm going to run a 2-minute clip and then I'm going to come to my favorite man, Ravish Malhotra, who was the man, part of the team, 1984, ladies and gentlemen. Ravish Malhotra and Rakesh Sharma, India's first space mission. First, today's 2-minute clip.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
T+30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space Station. Waiting to hear call-outs from the Falcon 9 engineering team.
Power and telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
We're throttling down the 9 Merlin engines. We're into the throttle bucket, preparing for max Q.
Max Q. Vehicle is supersonic.
We should begin throttling the Merlin engines back up now.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Mission control confirming.
Stage 1 Bravo.
That throttle up, and we
Copy,
are
1 Bravo.
hearing our commander Peggy Whitson call out the first abort mode. Each of these are a specific phase where if for any reason we had an in-flight abort,
underway.
Dragon would abort to a safe location. So we're going to call out each of those milestones as we pass through them. We also just heard the call out for MVAC chill. We're going to trickle just a little bit of liquid oxygen now into the turbo pumps on board our Merlin vacuum engine on stage 2 in preparation for second engine start 1, which will of course be shortly after stage separation. Now, at this point, we are just about 30 seconds away from 4 events that are going to happen in rapid succession. The first one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, then again followed by stage separation, ignition of that second stage engine, which we are already preparing for, as well as the first stage's boost back burn.
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, वाटर राइड 40 साल बाद हम वापस अंतरिक्ष में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी की चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, आप भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत की इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
I have with me, Air Commodore Ravish Malhotra with us. Your thoughts on how it went today? Air Commodore Ravish Malhotra, your thoughts on how you think it went today? For
I think it is a fabulous, absolutely perfect liftoff. And it is a very proud moment for our country. And my heartiest congratulations to Group Captain Shukla for being a part of this historic mission.
Air Commodore Malhotra, now, tomorrow apparently around 4:30, they'll be docking at the International Space Station. In layman language, while I play the visuals out there, can you tell us what happens? They keep traveling in this chute. Now, are they circling the Earth before they dock?
Yes.
How does it work? I mean, just in simple terms, if you can explain to everyone tonight.
You see, the spacecraft will continue to circle the Earth and also continue to gain height, because it has to go up to the height of about 400 kilometers, which is where the space station is. And it takes about anywhere from 30 to 36 hours to be able to catch up with the space station for the docking procedure. And that is a very complicated and a procedure which requires a lot of skill.
Now, why is it complicated?
Complicated in the sense that everything has to be absolutely right. See, the ground station also ensures that that the trajectory is absolutely correct. That means it is matching with the trajectory of the space station, and it's like something like a cone. The trajectory must fall into the same cone as that, like if it's approaching the space station. And they have checkpoints at each point, whether it is a go or a no-go, or whether they need to abandon that particular orbit and come again next time. All this is handled by the crew on the ground, because they're monitoring the trajectory of the spacecraft as it is approaching the International Space Station. In fact, when it happens, they will probably show you the exact pictures of how the space station. You take pictures from the space station and have a look at the spacecraft which is approaching the space station, and it reduces the speed. Finally, it reduces the speed to such an extent that it is practically inching forward to make contact for the docking. And in case if things normally it is done autonomously, that means it is computer controlled. But in case should things, let's say if there is a communication failure or a control failure or something of that sort, then manually the astronauts can take over. That is why Shukla, as the pilot, second in command to the commander, Ms. Peggy Lee, has a very important role to play in this particular aspect.
And if I were to tell you on a grade of 0 to 10, how would you grade the rocket in which Rakesh Sharma went into space and this one in which Subhanshu Shukla has gone into space?
I would put it as perhaps, let's say, Rakesh was around 7.5, and this would be closer to 9 plus.
Okay. So not that much. I mean, essential basics.
No, not that much, really. Because even on the Russian spacecraft, most of your instrumentation, etc., everything, all your electronics was by and large not Russian.
Okay.
And they have also mastered the art of being able to, successfully dock not only the manned spacecraft, but also a large number of cargo spacecraft that go up and down to, particularly on the space station, for the space station, when people are out there for 5-6 months at a time, they need to be replenished.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Air Commodore Ravish Malhotra, what very exciting moment. I'd love to talk to you.
Very exciting.
Very exciting. Tomorrow when he goes into ISS at 4:30, it's going to be fantastic, right? You'll be hooked on, I'll be hooked on. All of us should be hooked on. That moment will be on Republic. We'll all watch it together. Great moment. You saw that picture of yours I just played, Commodore Malhotra, that snap of you and Rakesh Sharma. Can our producers pull it up again? Let me see if I can tug it a little bit of memory. There see
yes,
how Ravish Malhotra.
I can see
image? Yeah. Now you see this one? You see this one? Stick on this. The two dudes. What an amazing snap that is. And you've been such a part of this journey. I want to get you and Rakesh Sharma and Subhangshu together when he's back. Won't that be great?
We'll do that.
Yeah, we'll do that. We look forward to that. Okay, Air Commodore Ravish Malhotra, such a pleasure to talk to you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Superb
Thank you.
To see you. Have a great time, sir. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, at 9 o'clock this evening, what do you say? I don't feel like discussing Trump anymore, but today his intelligence agencies have questioned him. And his whole claim that he's destroyed the nukes in Iran is burst in a bubble. It's gone away in a bubble. Is it the case of the bombing that wasn't? Will he admit? When I'm back.
Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
For three nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा। धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara strong hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight I want to address all of you, of course, but I want to address the people in the country called the United States of America. And I want to ask them, what do they really think of Donald Trump? Here is a man, Americans, who's your president, who today compared his so-called bombing, the bombing that wasn't, of Iran's nuclear facilities with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He compared it to the atomic bombs being put on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And he said, what I did is like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. My question to Americans is, aren't you ashamed of this man who talks like this? Hiroshima and Nagasaki, really, Americans? Really? Is that something you're proud of? Forget Donald Trump, I'm asking Americans, are you proud of what you did, what your country did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Would Germans be proud of what Adolf Hitler did with the Holocaust? What if a German leader was to come and say today that what I did is like the Holocaust, I did something like Adolf Hitler? Similarly, you have a leader, you have a president who comes and says, I did the kind of thing that we did during the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. During Hiroshima and Nagasaki, 90% of Nagasaki's surface was destroyed, 70% of Hiroshima. 200,000 people ultimately died from the two bombings. The exact figure will never be known. And Americans, if you want to know, there was no trace of the bodies. In many cases, there was no trace of the bodies. The bodies were not found. Thousands of degrees of heat generated from the nuclear bombs that America put on the Japanese because they could not win the war, otherwise vaporized human bodies. Human bodies were vaporized. And today, this man, your president, comes and says, I did something like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This man, Americans, your president, has no sense of history. He has no sense of collective guilt. And I will not be surprised if going this way, he cites something that Adolf Hitler did one day as an example. That is his logic, that is his thinking, that is his attention deficit disorder. The man has a problem. He has a very weak sense of history. He may know about New York real estate, he knows very little beyond that. And Americans, how can you allow him to get away with this? This is the second time that his own intelligence community has contradicted him. You would remember, Americans, right after the strike on the 22nd of June, Trump said that the nuclear sites have been totally and completely obliterated. I'll play that soundbite. Let's play that.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
Fact is, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a 5-page report that has allegedly been leaked from the Pentagon's main intelligence arm, which suggests that Iran's nuclear program will be set back only by a few months. That is, a few weeks, not by years, as Trump is suggesting. And now Trump is investigating who put out that leak. But the fact is, forget who put out that leak. Did you lie, Donald Trump? Did you lie? You're calling your own head of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, a liar. You're accusing your own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, of saying the wrong thing when she said that there is no credible intelligence as far as Khomeini producing or reinforcing the nuclear program is concerned. If you have the guts, and if you think your director of national intelligence is contradicting you and lying and working against your interest and America's sovereign interest, then sack her. But you can't. You're so weak. You can't sack her either. We cannot have this situation, ladies and gentlemen, where there's a repeat of what Bush said, ignoring all credible intelligence on WMDs which were never found in Saddam's Iraq. Similarly, Donald Trump has openly said that Tulsi Gabbard, and by extension his own intelligence community, is lying. They don't know anything. Let's play that soundbite. So I put the proof tonight.
And the IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. We continue to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
In response to that, Trump said this.
We not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit
not this one.
Ended the war.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
If she's wrong and she's contradicting you on such a major thing, what action did you take against her? You can't, because she stated facts and she's holding her own. She has never said she's wrong herself. Ladies and gentlemen, fact is that all that Trump is left with today is face-saving. Trump went deep into Iran, claimed to have struck Iran's nuclear infrastructure with the never-used-before American bunker-busting bombs. He said he targeted Natanz, Isfahan, and even Fordo, which he did because it was beyond the reach of the Israeli forces. But the fact is, what is the result? Is the nuclear program over? No. Is there a commitment from Iran? No. Is there a taking back of the Iranian threat to choke the Straits of Hormuz? No. Did Iran not strike at American military bases in Qatar, in the Middle East? Yes. What is the end result? Has the nuclear threat been annihilated? Answer is a resounding no. Now you can take sides and say, why should I be saying this? Well, I should be saying this because this is not America's problem. This is a global situation. And with so many falsehoods and hypocrisies and contradictions, it is not us, it is the American people who need to ask their president what exactly he is up to and whether he knows what he's up to every morning. Let's debate.
He claimed total obliteration of Iran's nuclear sites.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
His media is now questioning his claims and is getting on his nerves.
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum.
It all started with a leaked intelligence report from Pentagon's main intelligence arm, the Defense Intelligence Agency. A 5-page preliminary report assessing the US strikes on Operation Midnight Hammer suggests that US strikes may have only sealed off the 2 entrances of the nuclear facility in Fordo. The report further contends the underground building may not have collapsed, and Trump's obliteration claim may be exaggerated, with Iran recovering as soon as within the next 6 months. As per the report, Iran had moved its stockpiles of enriched uranium with only a little material destroyed, arguing that Iran still retains control of almost all nuclear material and can still develop nuclear weapons relatively quickly. The Trump administration has not denied the leak. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt even confirmed the top-secret leak by a low-level loser in the intelligence community. Even the IAEA suggested that Tehran could rebuild the infrastructure and that it is not impossible.
This hourglass approach is something I never liked. You remember the 45 minutes, the 1 hour, the 3 hours, the 3 months. It's not my cup of tea, so to say. And it's in the eye of the beholder, because when you look at the Wiederaufbau, the reconstruction of the infrastructure is not impossible. First, there has been some that survived the attacks, and then this is work that Iran knows how to do. It would take some time.
President Trump remains defiant.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the intelligence reports saying that the Iranian nuclear sites were only partially devastated, not entirely?
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. It was, I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast. If it would have taken 2 weeks maybe, but it's very hard to remove that kind of material. Very hard and very dangerous for them to remove it. Plus, they knew we were coming. And if they know we're coming, they're not going to be down there.
Not just that, Trump even made claims that it was only because of his strikes that there was a ceasefire, making an insensitive comparison in the process.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
This is not the first time Trump has been contradicted by his intel agencies on the Iran nuclear weapons. In March this year, Trump's Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, too had said in the US Senate that there was no evidence to suggest Iran was building a nuclear bomb.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. We continue to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
The big question remains, can Donald Trump disown his own intelligence agencies? Were the US strike the cause of the ceasefire? Is Iran's nuclear dream destroyed forever?
we have got Dr. Muqtadar Khan, Professor of International Relations at the University of Delaware in the United States. Einar Tangen, political and economic expert from Beijing. We have Democratic leader Ajay Jain Bhutoria from California. He's been former advisor to President Biden. We have Benny Benjamin. He's been with the Israeli Defense Forces from Ramla in Israel. We have S.T.A. Alexander, grassroots strategist of the GOP. He's Republican. My first question is to Pastor Mark Burns, who is apparently spiritual advisor to President Trump, totally pro-Trump. This is going out very badly, Pastor Mark Burns, because not just because of this report, because first Trump said, look at how he changes his line, just watch. First Trump said, I'm going to carry out regime change. Then he says, I'm not going to carry out regime change. First he says, I'm going to remove Khomeini. Then he says, I don't need to remove Khomeini. Then he says, I did a knockout punch. Done, kaput. B-2 bombers delivered a knockout punch. Everything is finished. And now he says, I don't know, ask Pete. In other words, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary. That's the report that Pete put out. Ask Pete. Then he said, first he said, I've completely destroyed the weapons program. Now he says, I believe it was obliterated. See the change of words. He's not sure. See the change of words. So end result is, sorry to tell you the truth, Pastor, end result is America got nothing. Did you get an agreement from the Iranians? Did you get a surrender from the Iranians? You did not. You did not. Did you get them to stick by the IAEA and their rules? No. In fact, Iranians became more defiant. They walked out. Did you get them to surrender to you? No. They bombed your military base in Qatar. They bombed you. They didn't surrender to you. Right? And all you're doing is, you can't laugh your way out of this today. You can't laugh your way out. These are very serious situations, and very serious situations indeed. Because if this was a bombing that wasn't, if this did not achieve any of the goals, it's wrong of you to make those claims. Pastor Mark Burns, I hand it over to you, and then Einar will respond.
Okay, great. So first of all, the President of the United States of America has a staff, team, intelligence, and every one of them are stating the fact. 30,000 bombs, 30,000 bunker cluster bombs that are massively have shown via satellite. Right? Anything that's under that mountain has been obliterated, has been destroyed. The satellite pictures in which, as I said before, we control the sky. So the satellites are showing clearly that everything that was in that Fordo bunker has been destroyed. 30,000 pounds, 30,000 tons, of massive bombs hitting one particular target. And I could say what Secretary Rubio said. This is the fact. Whether you want to try to determine how much has been destroyed, even though the Iranian foreign minister spokesperson themselves said that our own nuclear sites has been severely, severely damaged. This comes from Iranian governments. It's funny that you're not even reporting that. But the reality of it is from their own mouths, they are stating from their own spokesperson that their sites has been severely damaged. Now, you don't know President Trump like I do. You apparently have never read The Art of the Deal, the book that he read. The president is a deal maker. The president wants to get deals done. He stated he will remove.
I thought you wanted to destroy the Iranians, and now you say you want to make a deal with them. Interesting.
Well, no, we want to keep Americans and the region safe. Listen, Iran, fact, has been the sponsor of terror in that region. You cannot deny that. If you can, then, sir, I don't know what rock you've been under.
But you did not obliterate the Iranian nuclear bases.
Most people, sir, let me finish my statement. Most people have identified Iran, who's backed Hezbollah, who's backed Hamas, who's backed the terrorist attacks that are happening in Yemen with the Houthis. They have been sponsoring terror, attacking over thousands of Americans have been killed.
You're preaching to the converted. I'm also anti-Iran, but the point is not that. I am also anti-Iran, but I am saying that you made a claim, your president made a claim which turned out to be false.
The satellites made a claim. The satellites made a claim. The satellite images made a claim. The satellite,
you hurt them a bit, but you didn't destroy them.
Made a claim. Now listen, I can say this: the Iranian program that was that existed last week is not the same one that exists today. That's the fact that they cannot today, regardless of what they may try to claim. The satellite. Have you seen the satellite images? Have you seen the destruction? Have you seen the massive holes and the fires that existed? Tell me, have your viewers
You're asking
seen
me
it?
a question, then you don't answer it yourself.
You're speaking.
If you're asking me a question, I'm fully capable of answering it.
I have seen them, and I'm telling you the reality.
You are not a satellite imagery expert. You are a spiritual person.
President Trump, I am. But listen, don't forget, I ran for Congress. I am very political. I'm not.
You may be political, but you're not a defense expert.
Most preachers of the Old Testament were also political and spiritual.
I'm not here into it. I'm not questioning your spiritual prowess.
The reality of it is, the satellite images makes it very clear that those
first of all, Pastor,
you're not letting me finish my statement, and your microphone is louder than mine, and so that's
no, your microphone is louder than mine. But my voice can be louder than yours.
Because if you're going to ask me a question, you're going to let me finish the statement without you cut me off.
I will let you finish.
Off, nor will I cut off any other guests. You may disagree, but you don't cut me off. Let me finish the statement. You asked me a question, so let me make a statement without you talking. All right? So the reality, we learned that in elementary school. I'm assuming you learned that too. Basic manners. And so listen, the satellite images have shown significant damage. Significant
and complete obliteration are two different things.
It has been completely obliterated. There's a massive hole in the side of the mountain, sir. You're taking the word of what? You haven't even seen the images. You haven't seen the images, but
you saw what the New York Times reported. You know what CNN reported.
Somebody said.
Pentagon analysts have said that.
Oh, you're talking about the CNN and the fake news, New York Times? Come on, get out of here.
I'm talking about the Pentagon. You're calling Pentagon liars
the whole entire time. And so the reality
the Pentagon
is,
has been quoted.
Has made it clear,
Pentagon has been quoted. You're anti-Pentagon. You're anti-Tulsi Gabbard.
Based off of the information that the president has received, this has been obliterated. Secretary of State Marco Rubio made it very clear. Secretary Pete Hegseth made it very clear. These are massive holes on the side of the mountain. Even the Iranian foreign minister spokesperson declared our Iranian nuclear sites have been severely destroyed.
Do I have your permission to get our guests, because there are guests waiting from Delaware, from Beijing, from California, from Ramla in Israel, from Atlanta. I would be very rude. So I have a lot of manners, by the way. My point is, I'll say this to Einar before I go to Einar. You see, please don't mind it. Your leader has a habit of exaggeration. He said he'll end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Putin now says that he has gone, he said that Putin has gone crazy. He wanted Canada to be the 51st state. He wanted to take on Greenland. He wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Not possible to do these things.
We did rename the Gulf of Mexico.
He may, but nobody, anyway, my point is, see, I want to get Einar on this, on whether you think Trump is exaggerating not his strategic objectives, but his strategic achievements over the last 12 days. Einar.
Absolutely. I'm still trying to figure out exactly why the pastor is speaking for the powerful. Generally, pastors speak for those who don't have power, because the powerful can speak for themselves. But in the case of Donald Trump, he has a habit of always claiming things, claiming victory, even during defeat. Here's a man who, for 18 years, at every stump speech, talked about how he needed to reform healthcare. And yet, when asked just before they elect this, and 4 of those years he was president, when asked just before this last election what his plan was, he said he had a framework of concepts. And this was not a hardball question. This was a softball question lobbed at him. from right-wing media. You didn't have an answer. And it's not surprising that he's doing it. He's a showman. He likes the art of the deal, but it's very momentary. It's all transactional. He believes that he can kind of befuddle people, baffle them, as I say, and convince them that black is white, white is black. And he's doing that here. I mean, we have to go back to his initial assessment. He was asked by those reporters, what evidence do you have that, Iran has this nuke? He says, they're lying. He says, well, your intelligence service say that. Well, they're lying. Well, the fact is the IAEA, which is the closest entity that has been observing the Iranians for many, many years, who the Iranians complain about on a regular basis, so it's not a friendly relationship. They themselves said there's no nuclear bomb. So he went in anyways. He broke arguably, and I'm a lawyer, he broke the War Powers Act of 1973, which said he should, minimum, he needs to confer with Congress. He conferred with Congress after the planes had been sent, and his Hegseth confirmed that. He broke international law because there was no existential threat, imminent threat, all right, that he could show. Did he bother at any of the times to say what his evidence was, A, for the fact that the Iranians had a nuclear weapon in the offing, or afterwards, when he said it was completely decimated? And then, this idea that he would bring up Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and be smirking about it, says, oh, I don't want to bring it up, but I'm going to mention it anyways, is incredible. I mean, I'm just happy the Japanese prime minister decided not to go to the NATO meeting and didn't have to be there to be questioned by the press as to what he thought Donald Trump meant by that statement. 200,000 people, as you said earlier in your report, died. This is not something to be celebrated. And quite frankly, it hasn't worked. I know the pastor wants to say that this is all wonderful and Donald Trump is great and I'm his spiritual advisor and I'm political. Well, you're proving to be more political than a pastor. Fact is, Donald Trump went from certainty about what had happened to now claiming it probably happened. He has a report that was done by a Pentagon. The Pentagon isn't in the habit of lying to itself. They collect this reports and information because they honestly believe that you need this information to craft the tactics and strategies necessary to keep America safe. So when they put these reports out there and they're leaked, I can guarantee you these were not lies. White House has not said they're lies. Just said they're incomplete or this is some sort of attack on Donald Trump. When anything goes wrong, the one certainty you can have is that everyone around Donald Trump will declare that this is an attack on him. It's not an attack on the truth. But the truth is the only victim here today.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Most importantly, I feel bad for Israel tonight, and I'll tell you why, Benny and Mr. Alexander, because he's misleading Israel. You see, the consequence of his falsehood will not be felt by Americans so much as by the Israelis, who were fighting well with the Iranians, and they were fighting hard till Trump came in, and Trump then decided to call the shots, Mr. Benjamin. The problem with Trump coming in, he wants to call the shots. You see, why do you think a proud, large country like India, with third largest military, we don't let Trump in? Because we handle our stuff ourselves. We have a problem with China, we'll fight them ourselves. We hit Pakistan, we want to hit them when we feel like. We don't let these, Americans come in. The problem is that he has left Israel to handle the rest of the problem. He wants a political victory, Mr. Benjamin, but he hasn't solved the problem. And now the American media, the American intelligence community is reminding him that he has not solved the problem. Now the problem persists. You are under the feeling, sitting in Israel, Mr. Benjamin, that the problem has been solved. But it's not been solved. The nuclear threat persists. The Iranian foreign minister said they've been hurt a little, but the problem hasn't gone. So the threat that you wanted to obliterate has not been obliterated. Is that not a matter of concern for you, Mr. Benjamin?
Good evening, everybody from Israel. I'm not a political person, but what I understand when I'm sitting in my house and I'm looking at the TVs, some people say it is not done. Some people, they say it is done. And our intelligence said that it is done quite good. And with all this, I'm not bothered that it is not done or done. I'm only bothered of one thing, the negotiation now. What will be the results of the negotiation?
There is no negotiation. Mr. Benjamin, sorry to interrupt you. You do realize now, I hope,
Guys, this is horrible.
that there is no negotiation. Iran has not come to the negotiating table, Mr. Benjamin.
That's the only way Trump decided to stop the war. This is to bring them on the negotiation table. Okay. But I can understand one thing, that, Trump bought the Iranians, or maybe he will bring Iranians to the negotiation table. But today morning, President of Turkey said we must destroy Israel. So, I mean...
So then there is no negotiation. In that case, you do realize there is no negotiation. Israel is still going to face the same level of threat. Trump seems to have used the situation for his domestic political advantage and turned it around in a way that suits him. But it doesn't help you. You're the one who's going to continue to face the threat.
I was not negotiating with President Trump, and not even, I don't know what my Prime Minister has decided, if it is yes or no. I really don't know what is happening. We are only seeing the TV, and that's what I can tell you.
That's the point.
I know there are a lot of questions to our Prime Minister.
Mr. Benjamin.
And there are a lot of questions
Mr. Benjamin,
Mr.
Benjamin, let me tell you, I don't know what to make of Trump, because what Trump is saying, and Pastor, don't get worked up, because I'm showing you the truth, I'm showing you the light, and let me tell you, in that dark sky above, there is a spot of light, and that light is coming from me, and I'm showing you the light. Move towards the light. Don't mislead people. You're a pastor. You should never bring people towards falsehood. Remember the great preachers. Remember the people who spoke the truth. Remember Martin Luther King. Remember people who spoke truth to power. Remember the people. Do not become a voice of Trump. You can be a voice of God, but you can be a voice for God, but you can't be a voice for Trump.
You disrespect anybody that disagrees with you, and that's not.
No, I'm not disrespecting you, but I'm asking you something.
You didn't let the Israeli finish his statement. You let the Democrat who insults President Trump and the Democrat who insults me, who doesn't know anything about a pastor, who knows nothing about.
No. Einar Tangen doesn't know you personally. That's not my problem. Everyone else.
My role is, but you let that.
What is your problem with Einar? Einar responded to your long speech.
Cut him off. You allowed him to speak peacefully without cutting him off. You didn't do it to the Israelis. You didn't do it to me.
Pastor,
and that's disrespectful. That's the point that I'm making.
Pastor, don't try to provoke Benny. He's a friend of mine.
You don't create the news. And that's the story. This is becoming about you and your disrespect to your guests that you disagree with.
Why should I disrespect
you? Your job is to be unbiased and respect.
I have not shown the slightest disrespect.
It's about him. You are exactly like Donald Trump. You have been muttering and going on. You were even muttering during the Israelis' chat.
Oh, we get
and now you have the temerity. Is it possible for you? You ask for some civility. You ask for some civility when you're talking, but you're unable to do it yourself.
And the fact of the matter is, I was not given the same respect. Right,
Pastor,
you was able to communicate with nobody interrupting you. That's the point.
No. Point is, may I place on record, Pastor, may I place on record that through your entire first answer, which was very long, I did not see Einar or me interrupt you even once. So that's not correct.
And allow somebody
to he's just trying to take up time.
I want to make a small point, and I want to get in Dr. Muqtadar Khan, because I'm concerned for Israel. The Israelis know if there's someone concerned for them, who loves them, that is me. And I'm as concerned about Israel a week back as I will today, because I don't know, Dr. Muqtadar Khan, what Trump says is this. He says, the Iranians called me and the Iranians told me, listen, we are going to send a missile to your military base. Would 1 o'clock be all right? And Trump apparently told the Iranians, please come and throw a missile at my military base. This is an unbelievable story. This is exactly what he's saying. He says the Iranians told him they will hit an American military base that has thousands of American soldiers, and Trump claims that he allowed it. Can you imagine any country's leader, when told, given advance warning, that an enemy country is going to hurt a missile at you with all your technology, you couldn't stop them? What kind of a story is this? I can't believe it. Nobody believes it. Alexander doesn't believe it, but I want to hear Dr. Muqtadar Khan. Do you think the Iranians would have called Trump and given them advance notice, as he claims?
Well, the story from here, thanks for having me, Arnab, is that the Iranians wanted to at least fulfill their threat that if America attacked them, they would hit American bases. But they wanted to also get back to the negotiations table and not provoke a long war or give Donald Trump the excuse to start a long war with Iran. So they basically hit the bases but alerted the Qataris, and the Qataris claimed that they blocked all the missiles. So basically, I think the Iranians threw some junk at a base which was evacuated before that. But I think Donald Trump has bigger problems. He took the best possible shot that the U.S. could have taken against Iran, and that failed. It's not only that the Pentagon has leaked the intelligence report on the fact that the damage that they have caused will be repaired in a few months, not even a few years. Even the Israelis are being, out of respect to Donald Trump, they are saying, oh, it might take a couple of years. But off the record, the Israelis are also saying that their intelligence also says that that Iran will be able to restore the capacity to enrich uranium within a few months. But there is additional problem of where the 400 kilos of 60% pure uranium is. And Arnab, that is so dense that you can actually put those 400 kilos in a small bag of this size, which Iran can hide anywhere. And then Trump has this catch-22 situation. If he believes that they have destroyed Iran's capacity to threaten Israel with nuclear weapons or ended its nuclear program, then now there's no need for the Abrahamic Accords, and he needs to go back and take down the sanctions on Iran. We don't need those sanctions, and so we have kumbaya between the US and Iran. But if Iran does not return to inspections by IAEA and continues with the threat to withdraw from NPT, because the spectacle was terrible, 2 nuclear powers, one legally and one illegal possessor of nuclear power, was attacking a country which is a member of NPT and heavily inspected for decades with no nuclear program, according to the US intelligence itself. In fact, South Korea refused to go to the NATO summit because they were offended and upset by Donald Trump's attack on Iran, which violates international law. So President Trump now has huge problems. If he claims it is successful, then people will accept him to move forward and end this long attrition with Iran. But if they have failed, then he'll have to acknowledge that we took our best possible shot and we failed, and which will indirectly give Iran a major victory over both the US and Israel. So he's caught up in a catch-22 situation created by his own pronouncements, this desire to go very quickly, early, and claim success, and then back off. And his approval ratings are now in the -12. As of today, there are only 41 people who approve and about 54% who disapprove him on all issues.
Are you saying a lot of people in America have switched away from him?
So he's desperate for wins. And he's desperately looking for wins. He has failed with regards to Russia and Ukraine, failed to enforce ceasefire in Gaza. I don't know what is happening. I was thinking of buying an apartment in Greenland once it became part of the US, but nothing has happened on that. So he's looking desperately for wins, and there is this sideshow going on about whether he will be able to win a Nobel Prize or not, and that's where the Pakistanis are helping him out. But I think that Donald Trump has failed in this mission, and now it's all going to be to cover up, and that actually creates a security situation which does not serve U.S. national interests, but may give Iran both a diplomatic as well as a psychological win if eventually the world recognizes the fact that the U.S. has not really damaged much of Iranian nuclear facilities.
Dr. Khan is not a voice from India. He's not a voice from China. He's a voice from Delaware. So I'm just putting this right. This is American voice.
I live 10 miles from Joe Biden's house.
Right. And you are an American citizen, I presume.
Yes, I am.
You're American citizen. Because, you know, the problem is all these pro-Trump voices, the moment they hear someone, oh, you're anti-American. No, these are voices from America. Now, we are concerned for Israel. I would like to bring in Democratic leader Ajay Jain Bhutoria along with STA Alexander. You see, Mr. Alexander, White House has not denied the report of CNN. This is the most concerning thing. CNN says that there is damage, but it's not been obliterated. The nuclear threat still exists. White House says the assessment is flat out wrong, was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous, low-level loser in the intelligence community. This, in simple English, means that the assessment was made that there has not been significant damage, and the assessment was leaked to CNN. They have not said that the report of CNN, the report that was leaked, is factually incorrect. Does that not concern you? You may be a Republican supporter, but does that not concern you, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, it does concerns me. It definitely is a concern. You know what the concern is? The United States federal agencies, including the Intelligence Department, the CIA, the FBI, are all filled with radical left, anti-American officials. That is what we saw in last 4 years of Biden administration. I know some of the radical lefts like Einar. I need to respond to Einar.
Einar.
What do you know about Pastor Mark Burns? Go and do a research on Mark Burns. Mark Burns is a board member in the faith department of President Trump's administration. So don't say a pastor cannot be political. Yes, a pastor can be political. Politics is not just for some of the radical lefts, and politics is not just for Democrats and the Democrat pastors, okay? We know there are pastors who are radical left, who are Democrats, and there is no problem with that.
But this debate is not about Pastor Mark Burns. Nobody's been disrespectful to Pastor Mark Burns.
I need to address that.
They are disagreeing with Pastor Mark Burns does not mean disrespect.
If one of your guests is going to attack Mark Burns, I will defend Mark Burns because he is a voice for Trump administration and he is a voice for the conservatives of the United States of America. And I will.
That is an internal issue between you and Pastor Mark Burns. That's not my issue.
Doesn't matter.
What do you want me to do? I can't disagree with Mark Burns because he's close. He holds an important position in the Trump administration.
I'm not talking to you. I'm just telling Einar. Einar said that Mark Burns cannot be
My God,
political.
this is a war that's broken out with Einar.
Why not? Why can't he be
But we are discussing what happened with Iran. Why are you making it Einar versus Mark Burns?
I am coming to that.
You're trying to avoid the issue about the Iran situation.
No, I'm not. I'm coming to
that.
Yeah,
you're trying to give covering fire to Mark Burns and avoid my question about whether about the New York Times report.
I'm coming to that. You asked me, did it bother me? Is it a concern for me that the intelligence report is leaked? Yes, it is a big concern. Not just in the intelligence department. FBI
but the leak has not been denied, Alexander. The leak has not been denied.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not denied.
Which means it's true. You're more bothered about the leak, but you're not concerned about what has been leaked.
We are going to find out who that sore loser who is not
That's a threat, but
America trying to obliterating the nuclear program of Iran. Let me tell you this. If Iran try to develop more, we are going to hit them back again. There is no doubt about it. If President Trump is in the White House, if he is in the Oval Office, I dare Iran to try.
Who stopped you from obliterating the threat this time? Why put it for later?
No, listen. That's why Democrats in the United States are so unhappy. They are so sad that there was no casualties. They wanted casualties on the U.S. side. They wanted the military people to die. That's what the left
okay.
wanted.
I'll get Ajay to respond to you.
Trump.
I'm sorry, but this is, see, I am not that interested in domestic American politics. I mean, you have your politics, we have our politics.
We need to talk that too. There is no international
we are only saying, what Trump is saying, you're being disrespectful to the B-2 bomber pilots. No, nobody is being. The fact is the B-2 bombers hit the targets. Nobody's saying it. It is undisputed. However, the American military must come out.
Let me finish.
Alexander, you guys are so... You guys are becoming so aggressive. I'm a calm guy. I'm just saying.
You are, but you get aggressive too sometimes. We say there is nothing between us. Okay, when we are calm, there is no enmity between us. But
no, there's no enmity.
You tell me don't get work, but I do. When I hear lies from the other side, when I hear lies from the left, when I hear
but
lies
Einar
from
is
the
not
Democrats,
left.
yes.
Einar is sitting somewhere in Beijing. Yeah, maybe he's left there.
The way he talks, listen, when I talk, you know, how do you know that I am a hardcore Trump supporter? Because the way I talk. When I listen to Einar, I know he's a radical left person. I know he's a radical left Democrat. There is no doubt about it. Or he's a supporter of the anti-American communist agenda. I know that for sure. I don't have to talk to him. I don't need to do a research. The moment he opened his mouth, I know he's an anti-American.
Why am I the subject? Can't we talk about the issues?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You have to let me talk.
No, 1 minute.
Can I with your initial analysis on Trump's...
If Arnab lets me talk, I will...
No, I'll let you talk, but I just want to bring in, because it's you said so much. See, I'll get in Ajay here. Let me get in Ajay from California. See, Ajay, the moot issue, the country... See, you Americans may want to know one thing. What does the world want to know? What does Israel wants to know? Israel wants to know, is the nuclear threat still there? Israel wants to know, is the nuclear threat still there? And Pentagon must tell us officially. Pentagon is answerable to the world. Is the threat there or not there? Ajay, you've been quiet.
Absolutely. Arnab, I agree with your initial analysis that in March 2025, Tulsi Gabbard testified that there's no nuclear threat right now from Iran. Iran is not progressing on that. But yet this fascist Trump jumped the gun, igniting chaos in the Israel-Iran war. He trashed Iran nuclear deal in 2018 without any future plans. His erratic threats and hollow talks failed to stop both Israel and Iran from retaliation with missiles in June 2025. Trump's military obsession tanked diplomacy. And yesterday, he disgustingly compared his failed B-2 bombings to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, despite Gabbard's intelligence showing that partial damage and Iran claiming they moved their uranium. He could not control Israel. He ignored Saudi Arabia and UAE mediation and alienated Europe, completely isolating US on this whole incident and many other which he has been part of. His party is divided, and his strong supporter like Tucker Carlson has been against him on this whole Iran-Israel war and how he has handled it. And with Congress completely resisting, while China and Russia are backing Iran and mocking Trump's strategy. His fascist rhetoric and intelligence contradiction and diplomatic flops have dangerously inflamed this crisis. And the Pentagon definitely needs to clearly answer the Americans as well as to the world that how the B-2 bombing has impacted the Iran's nuclear program and what is the program, where is it headed. And there's no clear answer right now because they don't speak truth. They try to hide, and he's just trying to find short-term wins in order to his failed economic policies.
I want to ask, I want to ask Pastor Mark Burns. Pastor Mark Burns, you say you are political as much as you're spiritual. Fantastic. In that case, let me ask you on facts. You see, the Fordo facility is buried some 250 to 300 feet under a mountain, which means that to destroy the Fordo facility, to destroy it, not hurt it, military experts believe it would take multiple waves of airstrikes within days or multiple weeks where you keep hitting the same spot. Which means that US bombers, of course, hit the target at least twice. There is no disputing that fact. The B-2 dropped 12 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator bombs, which are often referred to as bunker busters. And as per satellite imagery, right? 6 above-ground craters are visible as examined by the experts. But now you ask them, is there obliteration? Nobody says one day of strikes will end the job. So why did you stop? Why didn't you complete the job? Is the question the world wants to know. Please, Pastor, if you can respond to that.
Sure. And thank you for allowing me to speak. So let me just say this, but regarding the leak, I'm just getting messages from the White House as we speak, and they're telling me that concerning this leak, the White House will be responding at 2 p.m. today. Caroline Lovett will be addressing this matter. And so that's something, and I agree with my Republican colleague. It's weak, low-level, low-life Democrat holdovers. Having said that, every report that we are receiving, even the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission themselves, came out with a statement recently and stated that there's been massive, significant damage. They themselves used the word obliteration. And they said that this attack has been extremely successful and has has achieved the goal that we set out to be, which was to destroy Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons. Now, the Iranians has already come out and said that they're not going to stop. But I think that this is bringing them to the table. As a matter of fact, Secretary of State Marco Rubio stated that Iran's willingness to come to the table, and that they would not be willing to come back to the table had not the damage been done that President Trump state has happened, and the intelligence community around President Trump has stated. So we're going
have they come to the table? Can you give me any concrete evidence of the fact that they have come to the table apart from your claim?
Well, I can only repeat what the Secretary of State is stating. The Secretary of State himself stated, and they are in direct communication.
But they moved away from the IAEA. They walked out of the IAEA. Ajay wants to counter you. I'll allow a counter. 1 minute. Ajay wants to counter you.
So Arnab, Iran was on the table. There was an agreement done by President Obama with JCPO and bringing all the allies, including Russia and other. And that program had slowed down Iran's nuclear program, and it has economic sanction, cutting down the economy from 120 billion to 50 billion, and the percentage of uranium.
One minute. We are on a point here tonight. I go across because I have limited time to Dr. Khan. Dr. Khan, has Iran come to the table or showing any signs of coming to the table?
During the attacks, Steve Witkoff spoke 4 times with Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian ambassador, 4 times using WhatsApp. So they have been in touch. I think the fact that the United States has bombed only once, and the fact that the U.S. bases all around Iran are less protected than Israel itself, and the fact that Iran's missiles are able to penetrate even the Iron Dome makes U.S. military very vulnerable to Iran's
but the other thing is that if America does half the job...
That is why he's stopping this whole. That's why only
but you
one
see,
round
I'm asking what is Israel's situation in this, Dr. Benjamin?
How do we assess that?
They are going to come back because they need to get IAEA to go in and verify whether there is any damage.
Mr. Alexander.
I said without further deep investigation, how do we assess the amount or the measure of the damage? That's why they said more details needs to come out. Based on the briefing from the Defense Department, the same day the bombing was happened or the strike was happened, President Trump, Marco Rubio, Vice President Vance, and Pete Hegseth, they came together and they made the statement to the nation.
But we have no evidence, we have only claims. Well, it is for one side to give the evidence. You don't expect Iran to give the evidence. I think it is America which must provide the evidence. And if not, provide the evidence for the people of Israel, who's really suffered in this. The affected party are the people of Israel. And I almost must say, Mr. Benjamin, I know that Netanyahu and Trump get along very well, but it's very disrespectful of the way he's been talking. The language he used, a 4-letter word used to talk down to the Israelis yesterday. You saw that, I'm sure. Do Israelis
did not say
appreciate
that to
that?
the Israelis.
Israelis are a
No,
proud people. No, you can't say, I don't know
Actually-
what the dash they are doing. That's not the way you talk
He did
to
not
the...
say that to the Israelis.
I'll ask
He did not say that to the
Benjamin.
Israelis.
Nobody likes it, sir.
Actually, I can understand.
You speak like that to any other, you dare speak like that to the Indians, we'll give it back.
I don't agree. I don't agree cuss words. I don't agree cuss words. But
How does he talk like that?
Israel. He did not say that to Israel.
We must, first of all, we must respect the president, and we must respect the prime minister and everybody. Okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is when he talks to the media, he is always in such a hurry that sometimes he makes some kind of mistakes, and that's what he made, I think, yesterday. He spoke very badly to the president, to the prime minister. I am really feeling insulted.
Yes.
But with all this, we can't open our mouths because we are still getting from America a lot of support, and American people are with us. And I can tell you one thing only. We are waiting for the table to come, and they will sit on the table. And of course, we will not be there for the negotiation. And I'm sorry that we are not there, because we have some points that we will not agree to it. And even if there is a problem that we must go and fight once again. We are Independence Day, and we are not able to only protect ourselves and nobody else.
Yeah. Einar, you have something to say to Pastor Mark Burns at the end? You both have not got along very well on this debate.
No, I don't question it. I wasn't questioning his abilities as a pastor. He's quite a talker. My point was, and I said, you seem to be talking more about politics than being a pastor. You're speaking for the powerful, not the people who need a voice for them, which are the people who are suffering. He didn't mention anything about Gaza and the women and children being killed there. He certainly isn't mentioning anything about the casualties that were brought about by this on either Israel or Iran. He's talking about policy. And to me, that speaks more about politics. But I would agree with him in this respect, that the Iranians, by not trying to escalate, can you keep your mouth shut for 1 second? The Iranians, by not trying to escalate, by attacking targets without...
I think we should not, none of us should be disrespectful. Pastor Mark Burns.
You shut your mouth, please.
Now we should not use language like Trump uses. We should not learn from Trump.
I'm sorry, he's talking.
I'm trying to talk.
I would not,
I insist that you should have the right to talk, but you don't want anyone else to. Is that
I agree with you. I agree with you. That is not the way to speak.
What about the pregnant women killed in Israel? Talk about that. Why you are just worried about Gaza?
That's true.
You know everything already. You know all about me.
That's absolutely true. I think Israel has suffered many casualties.
Make me the issue instead of actually talking.
I think we started with I think also, Pastor Mark Burns, you should speak about Trump praising the vaporizing of human beings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You say you're a pastor? You'd go with that? You're happy about it?
So let me say this.
Yes.
In regards to the gentleman that was stating, listen, I don't know his spiritual walk, whether he has one or not. So I'm not here to question it. I don't even know him. I can't even see him. And so I want to respect him. But I can simply say this. If you read the Bible, you will discover that God have used prophets of old all the time to speak to the heads of nations. And that's where the prophet Samuel come from, who even chose the first king and second king of Israel. We know throughout the Bible, God have using men of God to speak to the heads of the station. So now, having said that,
there's always been a connection between spirituality and politics. Acknowledge that, but I think because I'm
let me get to the response regarding to the obliteration of Nagasaki. The president was not praising the death of people, and remember why the bomb was dropped. The bomb was dropped because Japan, a fierce nation, a strong nation.
I think the Japanese would be very angry by using that example.
The Japanese.
I have to close. Pastor, with a lot of respect, only for want of time, I've enjoyed this conversation. I've enjoyed this only for want of time, not because I want to shut you down at all. Thank you all for coming tonight. This is an ongoing developing story. We'll track it tomorrow as well. Let's see what Trump says in a bit.
Thank you.
Good night and goodbye.
For a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech. In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
T-10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
बात को आज वही व्यक्ति ने 2014 में पूरे देश से उखाड़ कर फेंक।
Home Minister Amit Shah releases the Emergency Diaries, a book that chronicles Prime Minister Modi's role in the fight for democracy. Home Minister also slammed Congress for murdering democracy in 1975.
Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki, but that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war.
Trump compared strikes on Iran to Hiroshima, says strikes on the nuclear program of Iran was the hit that ended the war. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla sets off on key Axiom 4 mission, says this mission is the beginning of India's human space program. 4 years after the Antilia bomb scare, big allegation against Parambir Singh. Salil Deshmukh says he was the mastermind of the plot.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, the notorious Parambir Singh, the tainted Parambir Singh, the controversial Parambir Singh, back in the news with allegations that Parambir Singh was the mastermind of the Antilia bomb case where bombs were planted outside Mukesh Ambani's house. We're talking about the notorious Parambir Singh once again. My second debate this evening, glaring and unpardonable lapses have come to attention after the DGCA surprise checks at airports, which means the airlines are taking it too easy and need to be pulled up even more. At 8:45 this evening, we are beaming with pride at the feet of Group Captain Subhangshu Shukla as he's jetting off to the ISS on board the Falcon 9 as we speak. And at 9 o'clock this evening, what an embarrassment for the embarrassing Donald Trump. His intel agencies have burst his bubble on massive strikes in Iran. It appears it was the bombing that wasn't. It was a complete flop show. But first tonight, when three people, thick as thieves, fall out, then the rot begins to crumble and the skeletons stumble out as well. We all know about the disgraced and disgraceful, the notorious, the tainted, the horribly controversial, the embarrassing Parambir Singh. An ex-cop, now retired, doing some job, who has been under so much investigation, among others, under investigation in the Antilia bombing case. The case where someone tried to bomb the house of Mukesh Ambani, India's richest man. Parambir Singh's role has always been under question there. What was Parambir Singh's role? What did he do? What did he know? And Parambir Singh was interrogated in the Mukesh Ambani house bombing case. It was allegedly under his watch that Sachin Vase, as a police inspector, conspired to plant bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house, Antilia. Now, in an interesting turn of events, Salil Deshmukh, son of Maharashtra's home minister at the time, has revealed, or rather spilled the beans, that the same notorious Parambir Singh, the controversial and tainted Parambir Singh, the then, unfortunately, police commissioner, was the fixer, he claims, and the mastermind in the Antilia bomb case. In fact, he has said, and he said this, that Parambir Singh was personally involved in the whole aspect of planting a bomb outside Mukesh Ambani's house. Now, my question tonight is this, that how is it that in India some of the biggest cases remained locked up and in the freezer? Is that a good thing? These cases become big only because people feel strongly about them, because we in the media report about this. And you can see these images of Antilia, Mukesh Ambani's house, right outside it. You remember the pictures of a policeman walking like a ghost in a PPE kit. A policeman reporting to whom? To Parambir Singh, who was reinstated directly by the man who led Mumbai's police department, Parambir Singh. How can the case about the alleged involvement of a police officer in planting 20 explosive gelatin sticks outside Mukesh Ambani's Antilia remain untouched and unresolved? Why should we accept it? Why should the largest news network in the country, Republic, not ask these questions? That how does the Antilia case languish in cold storage? On the 22nd of September 2021, the CID handed over a sealed envelope to the Chandiwal Commission investigating the Antilia bombing case. It has been 3 years and 9 months. Not a small time, 3 years and 9 months. And you are still not told about what was inside the sealed envelope. We're told there are names. And as we know, this man, the controversial, tainted, notorious Parambir, has been questioned by the National Investigating Agency, not just because of his closeness to Sachin Vase, the dirty cop who he brought in to do dirty and bad things, not for the general presumption that there were a lot of facts that indicate that the dirty Sachin Vase was very, very emboldened and empowered to go as far as to target Mukesh Ambani's house. Moreover, the nation wants to know, was it not Parambir Singh who appointed the dirty, controversial, convicted Sachin Vaze as the investigating officer? Was he the investigating officer in the Antilia bombing case? Though he turned out to be the main conspirator in the case later. And still, the National Investigating Agency has been behaving very strangely. They neither charged Parambir Singh in the report yet, nor have they been able to close the case. How is it that the dirty Sachin Vaze, who's horrible, and the reason we call him dirty is because he's done dirty things. Terrible allegations against him, corruption, murder, everything. That man is in judicial custody for this exact same case in which Parambir Singh is not even named as an accused, not been let off either. Now, we don't know whether the involvement of the police in this case was in Sachin Vaze and Parambir's personal capacity, or was it institutional? Did Sachin Vaze act in his individual capacity or an institutional capacity? If he acted in an institutional capacity, then what is the role of Parambir Singh? These are legit questions, and these are things that are very, 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 very suspicious. Someone speaks once every few months, but you are told you have no right to know. Now, viewers, let me share something with you. The car in which the bombs were placed outside Mukesh Ambani's house is the same car. And this is something perhaps Mukesh Ambani knows, perhaps he doesn't know. He should know. In any case, this car placed outside Mukesh Ambani's house is the same car, by the way, in which Parambir's main man, the dirty Sachin Vaze, came with the police to arrest me on the 5th of November 2020. I'm not making this up. This is the same green Scorpio. Fate has a strange way of bringing the evidence out. I'm showing you the evidence, viewers. See this, the same green Scorpio outside my apartment in Mumbai, and the same green Scorpio full of bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house. Mukesh Ambani must know. The police must know. The central government must know. The BJP must know. Because I believe that evil men in uniform got so emboldened arresting me in a false case that they tried the same trick to bomb the home of Asia's richest man. Worst thing is, they don't want to give closure to this case. Some people have put it in cold storage with loose threads hanging around. It is your responsibility to connect the dots. I also believe that even today there is an attempt, a desperate attempt, I don't know why, to hide the 100% truth in the Antilia bombing case. I don't know why. But like everything, I make a promise tonight that this case also, the truth will tumble out. If not tumble, then it will slide out, but it will come out any which way. Let's debate.
25th February 2021. A case that targeted India's richest man, Mukesh Ambani, and his family. The car bomb case, where a Scorpio full of RDX was placed outside his Antilia residence in South Mumbai. So far, the main focus of the NIA investigation on the Antilia bomb case had been on another disgraced cop and alleged killer, Sachin Vaze. But now the focus is closing in on Parambir Singh. Visuals back then showed the killer cop Sachin Vaze picking up a man called Mansukh Hiren outside the Mumbai Commissionerate when Parambir was the police commissioner.